In addition to the individual review of proposed legislation, members of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus have also participated this year in awareness activities during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence under the theme Unite to End Digital Violence Against Women and Girls, which focused on online abuse, tech company responsibility, and creating safer digital spaces while highlighting the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration. To inspire young women to consider elected politics as an avenue for leadership and civil engagement, in November 2025, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, with support from Parlaméricas and in partnership with the Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership, CWIL, the CWIL Belize chapter, the Department of Youth, also teamed up to launch the Young Women in Leadership Initiative, YWIL. 60 young Belizean women ages 18 to 30 will benefit from a diverse training program. The activity will conclude with a mock one-day parliamentary session in which women will participate as members of parliament and allow for amplifying their voices on issues they determine. Belize is the 6th country to host the YWIL initiative. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus has also determined that it will create its own repository to preserve its documents, generated reports from national and international fora for posterity and reference, and to ensure shared knowledge. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus also presented members who served in the Women's Parliamentary Caucus between 2023 and 2025, the Parliamentary Session 13 of the House of Representatives and Parliamentary Session 14 of the Senate, commemorative plaques in recognition of dedicated commitment towards achieving equity and equality for women and girls. Madam President, this is the report of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus. I invite members to continue. Well, we indicate that we have appreciated the support shown to date, particularly from our presiding officers, but also from our parliamentary colleagues. We take note of the support from our male parliamentarians as we move forward to advance equity and equality for women and girls. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 3.1 of the Loans Caribbean Development Bank Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2003, provides that subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the Government of Belize and the Caribbean Development Bank, the government may borrow from the bank from time to time such sums as may be required by the government. And whereas Section 3.2 of the said Act further provides that no agreement in respect of sums borrowed under the powers conferred by Section 3.1 shall be executed unless the terms and conditions thereof have been first approved by resolution of the House of Representatives to that effect. And whereas the bank has offered to lend to the government of Belize the equivalent of US $34,542,000 from the bank's ordinary capital resources and its special fund resources. And whereas the purpose of the loan is to provide financing for the rehabilitation and improvement of approximately 24 kilometers of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville, and whereas the project will, among other things, improve the geometry of the road to international standards, improve drainage, increase the road elevation at selected locations to enhance its resilience to climate hazards, and improve safety for all road users. The project will also finance the replacement of the Verdun Canal Bridge. And whereas the loan is being offered on the following terms and conditions: US $25,982,000 to be repaid in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 4.9% per annum to be paid quarterly on the outstanding OCR portion of the loan, and a commitment fee of 1% to be paid quarterly on the unwithdrawn portion of the loan from time to time to accrue from the 60th day after the date of the loan agreement. Euros 8 million to be repaid in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 1.4% per annum to be paid quarterly on the outstanding SFR portion of the loan. The loan shall be fully dispersed by December 31st, 2027, or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its endeavor to rehabilitate the George Price Highway to improve the efficiency, safety, accessibility, and resilience of Belize's most heavily trafficked road network, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. Madam President, this loan motion is to authorize the Minister of Finance to enter into an agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank to finance the improvement of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville. The government, as in the debate, as was disclosed in the debate in the House, acknowledges that the price tag for this piece of work is significant. It is high. The rationale and explanation for that, as we understand it, is that the particular terrain between Belize City and Hattieville is challenging. I believe people who drove to the Senate this morning would have recognized the challenges, or at least some of the challenges that confront Belizean drivers and users generally of the George Price Highway. Madam President, the expenditure will lead to the replacement of 2 bridges, Burden Canal and the Hector Creek Bridge at Hattieville. Associated with that replacement of those bridges, substantial diversion will have to be built in order to allow traffic to pass while those bridges are being replaced. In addition to that, Madam President, there is a need for repaving, resurfacing, and widening of the George Price Highway. The experience of all of us as users of that highway recognize today that the current pavement has outlived its life. It is in a deplorable condition. The width of the road is too narrow. The absence of proper shoulders is a danger to users of the road. And of course, Madam President, the simple geography of the terrain. There are parts of that road whenever we have substantial rainfall which flood every year and have a safety and other challenges created as a result of the flooding. Particularly around Mile 5, around Old Belize, the subsurface is unstable. The same applies as you get closer to Hattieville. That will require significant engineering and significant reconstruction in order to try to stabilize the road and to make it safer. Madam President, in short, the paving of the George Price Highway, not only this segment, but the entire segment is overdue from Belmopan to Belize City, and this is the first segment as a part of a 3-segment build up to doing the entire George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan, and I commend the motion to the Senate.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I begin, Madam President, by a sigh because I've gone on the record to say that there is not a single time that you come to this Honorable Senate that a loan is not before us. In my short time here, I can't recall any of them. But worse in the House of Representatives, where I've been for the entire time of the People's United Party Day. So I've been continuous in one or the other house, and every single sitting, Madam President, there is borrowing. And we on this side of this aisle absolutely demand that this government stops this reckless saddling of our children and our children's children. Now, before they start jumping up, Madam President, we are concerned, but we're not as concerned about the reason for which you are borrowing this money, you know. The point we want to make first and foremost is that you continue to borrow, you continue to saddle the Belizean people, you continue to saddle us not only now, but all the way down the road in the future. So we have to see our children and our children's children. And then, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, Madam President, the other point is that we are absolutely void of the details. Now, I respect what the Leader of Government Business has said. In fact, after listening to the Minister with responsibility for infrastructure in the House debate on this matter, we got a little more clarification as to what the scope of works for this project is. But when I saw, Madam President, that we got a flash drive, I think there were a great lot of details. It's just the loan agreement. We still don't know the details. We have to rely on what colleagues are saying. And in fact, I think we in the Senate are lucky compared to what the House members got. If I heard my party leader and the leader of the opposition correctly, they didn't give them any details. So of course, the colleagues in the House of Representatives had to get up and say that this is how, and I've said this over and over and over in Parliament, Madam Speaker, in both houses. If you don't give the information, then you subject yourself to the scrutiny of the people, and we are the voices of the people in here. So we are listening to the Leader of Government Business saying, well, it is an expensive piece of work because it entails so much. But what are those details exactly? In fact, my colleague was pointing out that the Leader of Government Business said that it was 2 bridges when the loan motion says 1. Now, we know the geography, and so yes, the Hector Creek Bridge is in the range of this. But give us the details. I'm told as well that it's an area that is low-lying. I listened as the Minister with responsibility spoke about water running down from the Burden Canal all the way to Belize City and creating the flood, and so they are going to put huge culverts now to divert the water, but they don't tell us that. Nowhere in the details that has been provided for us do we know that. And Madam President, I am telling you, you cannot take their word for it. Because they will say one thing now when they're trying to pass things in this Senate, as they've said in the House, and then we don't see those things happening. But let's look at the piece of road that they're talking about for a minute. If you go right now to Belize City, the start of the George Price Highway that passes through the Lord's Ridge Cemetery, moving up the highway from there. That is a piece of road that has been climate change rehabilitated by this administration already. In the 5 years, they have fixed that road, they have borrowed monies, and they have come to say climate change resilient fixing would happen there. And you go and check it right now. In fact, passing through the cemetery, leaving Belize City, especially where the road ventures off into the Y. If you have to be coming from Belize City up this way, talk about those who have to travel on that road, it is terrible. One side is passable, but the other side. And then all the way up, you go in front of Militia Hall, you go in front of Mirab's warehouse there, Nando's warehouse, all that road is flooded. So I am hoping that when you say, and I make this point not only for this loan motion and this particular project, because it is everywhere they claim they have built a climate resilient road, that the road is falling apart. We can go on the Northern Highway. The road that the piece of road that they just fixed leading up to the Hallova Bridge. Another piece of road that they claim they did climate resilient work. And you will see how that road has terribly deteriorated. They blame the UDP for the ramp up to the new bridge. Some people call it the Deanborough Bridge, some people call it other things. Worst pieces of roads, and these all fall onto the same, it's a tributary of the same highway. So my point is, if you are going to borrow these monies, and then what they will tell you, Madam President, is that, oh, well, it's not the government that is to be blamed only for this. In fact, the government cannot be blamed because the government did what they were supposed to do, because the CDB or whichever other lending agency, no one just lend your money just like that if you're not putting the monies to the proper use. Well, the Belizean people can testify, if they wish to do so, that the works that you have done, that you claim to be quality work, that you give contracts to, and you say that these contracts are given in a manner that is transparent and it's only the best people who bid on it, all of these projects, we could start, I can go on to name them, the Ramata Road. I heard the honorable member from Corozal North in the House of Representatives speak about that Ramata Road, that it frustrates the minister because the road is terribly deteriorating. Another road that was built under the guise of quality work for climate resiliency. Check the coastal road. Now I see they've gotten a new loan altogether now, because I don't understand. The minister then came to say that the project which they inherited from the UDP administration was heavy, and so they had to cut it, and he made savings. That's what he said. All to find out, Madam President, that that road is very desirable of a lot of work, now that they have to go and make another loan to go and fix the brand new road that is the coastal road. I heard my friend, the leader of government business, speak about this being the first phase of fixing the road. It's not, sir. In fact, they've come, I believe now, twice to ask for monies to fix the portion from Democracia to here. That was when we complained about the $3 million plus per mile price tag from Democracia to Belmopan proper. Well, this is worse, but I will listen and I will hear. But again, where are those details? How much will the Hector Creek Bridge cost? How much will the Burden Canal Bridge cost? The road will be widened. I heard the minister said 2 lanes in some cases and 3 lanes in others, because there will be at least a passing lane. They will fix the shoulders. I'm hoping that all of these things come to fruition, but the truth of the matter is you don't give the details because you don't want the people to know what details you are to be held to later on. The reason why that piece of road, and I'm no engineer, but what I've learned in my years of being around Belize is that if you don't have proper drainage, the road will eventually give way. They had hot mixed a piece of the Lord's Bank Road to go to my home, and because water settles in one area, it gave way. So all of these areas where you're not building the proper drainage, now see that they're putting in the drains in Ladyville, going up to Boom Cutoff and so on. That's the way it ought to have been, and that was why my friend, the minister, quickly corrected the honorable member for Freetown. I'm sorry, for Mesopotamia, when he pointed out that the portion of road in front of the flour mill from Belcan upwards cost $2 million plus per mile. And he quickly corrected him to say, well, that cannot be compared to this project because that project had infrastructure before. Yes, it was the infrastructure of the United Democratic Party government that built those drains, that built the bicycle passes, which they have now transformed into other things. And that is why you can have a proper hot mixing there. And even that hot mixing I'm not sure about, because I saw that there was a portion that waved terribly. They had to come back, lay it over, and then do it again after that again. But I suppose that is in the contingency. Madam President, this motion also, while it contemplates the borrowed money, it also puts us on the hook for, what is it, $17 million that the Belizean people have to find, taxpayers' money. $17 million. It's not only the loan from what we read in the agreement. The counterpart funding is $17 million. And again, this is a piece of road that is very, very necessary, and it could have been avoided if we had done the work properly from the beginning. And again, I know that they will go back and they will say all sorts of things. You have the power now. You are in control. You promised all of these things. You criticized when the UDP tried to do road projects. You remember when you all said, can't eat street? Now that seems to be the biggest thing that you borrow for. That was your campaign. That was your mantra against the last administration. I listened as the minister boasted about the projects at Caracol, the Remata Road, the road to Sarteneja, and all of these roads. When it was raised in here, they complained. You know, I see that a continuous point that they make is about the Farvers Road project. Some ancestor, I'm sure. But they complain about the price tag for that. And I suspect, in fact, I don't suspect, I know those who know that it was not just the construction of a road either. It's just what you are saying is the case for Belize to Hattieville, where there is need for drainage. The water running from Burden Canal runs down to the city, as the minister said, and so they have to build tremendous culverts to divert the water to the sea. We understand but this is why you should not play games when it comes to these things, you know. Because it was the same situation in Farvers Road. There's a canal that runs across that, and they had to build these humongous drains because the canal, in fact, it's the entire sewer system that runs across Farvers Road to the cesspool behind Jane Osha. But you don't tell people that. You come and you make politics out of things. And then you expect the opposition, now that we are opposition, to do the same. But we are bigger than that. And so I would want to see the details. We would want to see what is costing us so much. And I'm hoping again, Madam President, that the job is being done right. That this project includes the kinds of drains that they're building now in Ladyville, because for years they wasted money there, including a whole hot mix session under this administration right after the election that is broken up, or that the road floods in Ladyville again because the proper drains were not put in. I'm very happy to see that being done, and I'm hoping that that is the kind of thing that will be done all the way from the Large Ridge Cemetery. The drains need to be cemented on both sides of the road. The road needs to be widened. I have to guess what will happen because I don't have the details. So I'm hoping that that is the kind of work that will happen. Otherwise, Madam President, if they are shortchanging the system again, if this is just something to give one of their cronies something, and the job will not be done properly, then we are going to be back here once again, because this is not the first time that we've heard these stories about Belize City to Belmopan. The member from the House from Stancrick West praised the Minister of Infrastructure for the construction of the road south of Dangriga, going to Independence. Well, I would want you to go and see that road. Senator Arana, you travel the road regularly. I don't know what is there to boast about. That's a hot mix. And it's breaking up several spots. They patched them, they cut out huge areas, and they resurfaced it with the hot mix, and it's breaking up again. So I make the point, I say that, Madam President, to point out that not because of hot mix either, because the member from Mesopotamia questioned the minister in the House of Representatives to say, what kind of material are you going to put down here? And he was quick to say, oh, it's hot mix. Well, if you don't put down hot mix correct, you're going wrong. And if you want testament to that, check what happened right there between Hopkins and Silkgrass. Between Dangriga's cutoff and Silkgrass, and maybe a little further more. You will see that it is not the kind of quality at all that we would want. I had the occasion last week, Madam, to go to the Mascal area where they are doing some hot mixing too, or further construction of the Mascal Road beyond Altunha. And again, then they put down the hot mix in a rain. The foundation that they put down was completely flooded. But then they put it down, it's going to be a waste. I saw as well that included, and I don't want to preempt the discussion on the appropriation supplementary, Madam President, but they have in there the road leading to Bella Vista. That is a poor quality road. Residents of Ladyville are happy that it is paved because it was a problem. In fact, you know, they found a few bodies behind there. It's so dark and the road is so dangerous for residents getting into Bella Vista. But that is not a quality road. That is not going to last long. I don't know whose contract that was. But again, this is the practice of the People's United Party in government, Madam President. And I don't know, if you listen to the minister, he does this kind of shabby work in order to stretch the money because he claims he got savings and he can do much more. And I will give the minister credit for the fact that he seems to work in some areas that do need the work. I want to send him a little signal at Lord's Bank in the back of the Hollywood area there. Where you put my belly, he in a bad shape. His street terrible. Right round the lane from mine. You have to look into that, Senator Courtney. But that entire area is horrible in the back. To where I live, it's not bad, but further back. So I make a plea, especially on behalf of the residents of Lord's Bank, Hollywood, but also further back to where the parks and live, and so it's terrible. But I was talking about that particular piece of road going back to Bella Vista. Whoever did that, that is very shabby, and that will break and fall apart, just like some of the, or many of the other projects that this administration has built. And so, Madam President, while we support the endeavor to fix this piece of road that we all agree is very important, our caution is that, one, the work that is done is the kind of work that needs to be done with the proper drainage, with the widening, with the safety measures. Again, we don't see any of that. We don't know what's going into this project. And we also hope that we get value for money, so there needs to be some kind of continuous evaluation of these projects. We do have visual evaluation because, as I've said, we've looked at these things and we've seen where they fall apart right before our eyes, so we know that quality work is not being done. So don't tell us about the IFIs that you borrow the money from and how strict they are about getting quality assurance in, because that's a lie. That's a lie. And maybe this is we need to make a plea to these institutions to ensure that value for money exists to a greater extent than it is being done now, because if they claim that they police these projects to the extent that they don't have there is no wastage and no quality slips, then it's a failure. And so we can't support this based on the fact that it is more borrowing. We've gone on the record now to say we call on this administration to stop the borrowing period. Not stop the development, because if the economy is booming in the manner in which you claim it's booming. You know, that's the thing, you know, Madam President. I don't see anywhere where we are using the taxpayers' dollars. Why do we have to borrow so much? Why can't we use the taxpayers' dollars to do some of these projects? We see the 17 or $18 million that is required for this project, but absolutely nothing. I'd prefer them to put a little toll on the road for drivers who pass through some of these areas, especially the areas that have an alternate route, and have these monies pay for our infrastructure. But to borrow, that is a recipe for further disaster. And so we do not support the loan motion. We support the efforts. And if they were to give us what we want in terms of the details, which I lament, is regrettable that they've not done so. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Rosella Arana.
Good morning, Madam President. I'd like to refer to my notes. I rise to support the Caribbean Development Bank 8th Road Project, George Price Highway, from Belize City to Hattieville, loan motion 2025. The George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville is relatively short, but it is an important stretch of Belize's main westward highway of approximately 15 miles. The highway is mostly flat, straight, reflecting low-lying coastal plains. Overall, the George Price Highway between Belize City and Hattieville is a vital transportation corridor, supporting economic activity, connecting people to services, and serving as the main gateway from the coast to the west and either the south of Belize as a country. There are major notable challenges, which everybody more likely will be mentioning, that affects this 15 miles of highway. Flooding, which has prevented the use of roadway during rainfall events. Classification of the pavement condition as poor. Some people would refer to it as pavement distress. Additionally, the absence of shoulders, available wide widths, variable wide widths, inadequate lighting, and I can go on and on to mention. But what is notable is the gradual sinking of the road at various locations, including Old Belize, where weak subsoils were identified. The approval of this loan, motion, and project will aim at improving the condition of the road with enhancing its efficiency, safety, accessibility, and resilience. And if we look at the broad scope of this work, upgrading the George Price Highway 15.5 miles, focusing on drainage, introduction to lined drains and even sidewalks, which is not there at the moment, raising the road in flooded areas, foundation improvements to areas ongoing settlement near Old Belize, the reconstruction of the Burton Canal Bridge and the Hector Creek Bridge, and also, I'm pretty sure, the roundabout at Hattieville. Madam President, supporting the rehabilitation of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville is important for many reasons. It serves as a major transportation route. It will facilitate easier access to markets and services and employment opportunities. It can enhance trade and tourism, which is vital sectors for Belize's economy, if there is better infrastructure. It can improve road safety, or I should say, it will improve road safety by reducing accidents caused by poor road conditions. Enhancements such as better signage, lighting, and lane markings contribute to safer travel, which we all want to see. It can incorporate better drainage systems and the preservation of natural habitats and help mitigate the impact on local ecosystems. Improved roads can lead to quicker emergency responses and better access to healthcare facilities, contributing to the overall public health. And the highway can be more resilient to natural disasters, ensuring that transportation routes remain open during adverse conditions. For these reasons, Madam President, I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I looked at the motion and I looked at the accompanying information. I was quite frankly similar to Senator Farber, expecting more information with respect to this motion. If you look at the loan motion, we're talking about 69 million Belize dollars. This is not a small sum, Madam President, and so I believe that for the administration, for the government to ask support for a loan motion such as this, that you'd expect that more information would have been provided. That information was not provided. For example, Madam President, you talk about improved drainage. What does that mean? Does it mean drains on either side of the highway? Does it mean concrete drains? What does it mean? And so you look at the increased price tag per mile, and you see these types of wordings like I said, improve drain, increase the road elevation. What does that mean? Does that mean a couple of inches, a couple of feet? What does that mean? And do these improvements justify the cost? If you look at, and let me get at the cost per mile. If you take the cost per mile, so we're looking at 14.9 miles of road, Madam President, that is being proposed to be built. At 69 million Belize dollars, that works out to about 4.6 million Belize dollars per mile, which is, in my view, and from what I've seen come to the Senate before, this is the highest per mile of road construction I've seen to date. Now, I know that the leader of the government business said that there are 2 bridges included in here. In the motion has 1, but he said that there's 2 bridges in here. If you add the $17 million to the $69 million, Madam President, you come up to $86 million. At $86 million, then the cost per mile of this highway goes up further to $5.7 million per mile. I believe the highest I've seen come to the Senate before was two or $3 million per mile, and so this seems pretty significant in terms of the increased cost per mile of this highway. Again, it may well justify the cost, Madam President. All I'm saying is that with the absence of the information to really verify that it makes sense, it's difficult for us in the Senate to say, you know what, this looks reasonable, because we don't have the information to back that up. And so whenever we are looking at loans, Madam President, that we'll have to be paying back for many years to come, I think that the first payment for this is within 5 years, that these types of obligations, loan obligations, will be with us for a long time. And so it's important that when we make decisions like this, that we have all information so that we could make an educated, an informed decision to support or not. It's difficult to make that decision to support or not, Madam President, simply because the information is not there to back it up. And so I believe that the government, that the administration owes Parliament the responsibility, Madam President, that when they come and ask for a support for loan motions like this, that they provide the type of information so that we could make that informed decision. And that is not the case today, Madam President. So in my view, it's difficult to support the project when we don't have the information to verify what they're saying. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Good morning, Madam President, Belizean public. Madam President, I rise today in support of this bill, of this loan motion, sorry. And I've listened to the debate so far, and there are two concerns that have arisen and which I wish to address. I heard Senator Farber raise concerns, well, let me put it differently, say that he is not against the reason behind the loan motion, but he raised concerns as it relates to quality, as it relates to details, and I wish to address those points for the benefit of the Belizean people. I wish to say that what we're being asked to support is a vote that would see to the improvement of one of the most trafficked parts of the George Price Highway. A part of the George Price Highway which is sinking and which is susceptible, which is vulnerable at the moment to the elements, including the rising sea level, including whenever it rains significantly. Portions of that road, including the portion that is in front of Old Belize, including the portion that is around mile 10, constantly go underwater whenever it rains too much. And we as a country cannot afford to see that part of the road inaccessible. It is vital to commerce, Madam President. And so let me address the details and let me assist. Members of the Senate, Belizean people, we're being asked to support a loan that will see the rehabilitation of roughly 15 miles of road. The rehabilitation will see the hot mixing of that 15 miles of road between Belize City and Hattieville. It will see the widening of the road. The road shoulders, as they now stand, are not sufficient. whenever a car has to overtake, whenever there's a risk of an accident, the shoulders are not wide enough to allow a car to pull off at present. The improvements will see the installation of new culverts that will allow for water to seep away and not put the road under. The improvements will see a new road base so that the road will now be elevated. Now I hear the concern about, well, how high will this road base go? But that, I say, is a matter for the experts, the engineers who will guide us once the loan funding is approved. The improvements will see, as has already been said, the replacement of two bridges, the Hector Creek Bridge, as well as the Burden Canal Bridge. It will also see the reconstruction of the Hattieville roundabout, I am told, Madam President. And so when one looks at these improvements, I hear the concern, but these are the details. This is what we're being asked to vote and support. It's a support that we're being asked towards economic resilience, towards environmental resilience, and to ensure that we at all times have access to this critical road network and to Belize City. So those are the details. Now, if we're not against the reason behind the loan, the only things left are perhaps the terms of the financing, or the quality, the execution that will follow. So let's look at the financing. All in all, this is financing that we're being asked to support that will benefit what is a productive asset in this country. Day in, day out, trucks use that vital piece of road to go to the port, to deliver goods. Entrepreneurs need that road, Madam President. So when we look at the financing is coming from a bank called the Caribbean Development Bank. This isn't a commercial bank. This is a bank that exists to support the sustainable, and I stress, sustainable growth of Commonwealth Caribbean countries. It was formed in the 1960s, and the reason is to assist with the alleviation of poverty. It includes also, I believe, the United Kingdom and Canada, if I'm not mistaken. The terms of this loan, it comes with blended interest. So a portion of the loan is for 8 million, which will attract a 1.4% interest rate. The other portion of the loan, which is roughly 24 million, will attract a 4.9% interest rate. Well, and I stress, well below commercial rates. In addition to that, we're being granted a 5-year grace period. This is important because if we don't improve that road, it will mean that at any point in the near future, we cannot have access to Belize City for whatever reason. And if some major disaster were to catch us, we cannot be caught off guard. The last point I want to address has to do with the quality of the road. I made inquiries as I heard the concern, and I'm told by the Ministry of Infrastructure that the road development construction will be overseen by foreign consultants. I'm told that these IFIs have strict design and construction standards, and their interim reports, interim inspections that need to be carried out as the road construction is executed. In terms of return for money, return for investment, I think I've already addressed the need, the critical part this plays for entrepreneurs, but more than that, for the average citizen. What does it mean? It means that your travel to Belize City will likely be reduced once the time it takes to get to Belize City will likely be reduced once the road is completed. It means that your cars will not have to suffer the wear and tear that they currently undertake. It means that goods that travel to Belize City will be able to reach in less time. And so, Madam President, while I'm conscious and I understand the concerns, I think when one looks at this in the round, it's really about safety, it's about economic growth, and growth that comes on what I call fair and manageable terms. And so I respectfully support this motion, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Morning, Madam President. I will align myself with the comments in terms of the information, but as I sit here listening to the debate, Madam President, I can't help but feel that perhaps what we're confronted with is a shift in terms of our contributions. These motions come to us for our insight, and perhaps the previous precedent has been that it's condemned for political or partisan reasons, and it's rejected for unfortunately what stands as also precedent, that there's a lot of wastage, there's a lot of leakage, there's corruption, there is this pattern that as taxpayers we certainly see. I mean, nothing pains me more, Madam President, than knowing that we have been put through diversions and months of work, and 2 days after the project is finished, some utility company is in there destroying it because a pipe never gone when it's supposed to gone, or something didn't happen how it was supposed to happen. So I will only say, Madam President, that I think informed decision making, even with these types of works, benefits from that inclusive insight. Because I note that while colleagues are saying this is a significant amount of money, I'm sitting here thinking, looking at what water has done, and some of those engineers will tell you what we're dealing with on the Northern and Western Highway are underground rivers. So I'm sitting here thinking, perhaps if there was the benefit of these numbers, we could even be sitting here saying this is not even enough. Right. And then not be surprised, but certainly disappointed that there's another supplemental. So I just want to reiterate and align with the contributions that the information should not be withheld, because certainly I think the Senate has shown that we read and that we bring, I would like to think at all times from our individual perspectives, constructive criticism and how do we strengthen? Because, Madam President, I am a motorist, I am a cyclist, I have loved ones who ride that road every day. So we know all too well personally how many loved ones we have lost to our highways. Road traffic accidents account for, I think, one of the top 5 reasons Belizeans die I think we have yet nationally to calculate the loss even to our human potential to road traffic accidents, but certainly just in terms of loss of life. And so I would like to see that these types of projects benefit from all of us coming to the table and saying, well, you know, this is where a speed trap would be great. This is where a sleeping policeman would be great. This is the route for the diversion, informed by the community, because I don't know if that's being done, and if that's being done, great. But again, we're here now, and I would just like to say that I support fully that the debate here in the Senate is always elevated, that we're always looking to contribute, but we can only do that with the information. And I hear even senators saying, I am told. That's great that you were told, but how does the rest of us get the information? So I would just say that it comes here because we have this opportunity to contribute, and I would like to be in a position to contribute on the basis of the information. That is not to say that there is plugs and there's aha, I got you here. No, but let's make sure that when we're borrowing and when we're putting forward to the CDB, to all of these IFIs, that we can do so knowing that we are putting forward what we're supposed to be putting forward. So I would only end, Madam President, with calling for certainly that we see that this particular piece of road needs that refurbishment and that renovation, and I think a lot of it will be a complete overhaul, again, based on what we know, and it will be taxing for all the people that have to come to Belmopan every single day. It will be a painful gesture, but let's make sure that when we're doing it right, and when we're suffering, we know that it will be worth it in the end. Because, Madam President, that is the burden and the joy of knowing that as a taxpayer, this is your taxpayer dollars at work, and seeing it at work and benefiting from it, but making sure that we're invested the whole way through and not just at the out. I want to be here at the beginning to make sure that in our roles here that we can contribute meaningfully. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise today in full support of this motion authorizing the government of Belize to access financing from the CDB under this 8 road project, which, of course, it states the rehabilitation of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville. Madam President, I sat and listened to the exchange, but in particular, when I listened to Senator Farber, I can't help but see that I am disappointed, and probably I caused that by myself, because I am an optimist by nature. I always think positive and expect the same from others. But I say that to say because I would have thought that this motion would have be supported readily. Because at the end of the day, in this project, that will benefit all of us that use that stretch of road. Not only PUP drive the road, or UDP, everybody uses the road. Huh? I am saying it benefits all of us. Not only if it benefits the PUP, that is what I'm saying, Senator. But at the end of the day, we have to learn to support when it's needed, and we're not just going to oppose sake. And that is what I see the opposition doing. Again, I disappoint myself because I should expect better. But, Madam President, this particular project, I not only support it because I see the benefit of it, but I support it, Madam President, because it is a bit personal for me. I live on the George Price Highway. I live in Hattieville. The George Price Highway is a part of my address. Senator, when I give my address, I live, you know what my address? My address, I live at the corner. I know, okay. I live at the corner of Ralph Fonseca Street and George Price Highway, Madam President. You can't get more PUP address than that. Smack in the middle, right? Right by the roadside. That's the way I live. So this is personal to me, and I am looking forward to see this project materialize, because like many of us, I use the George Price Highway every single day, and I've seen a lot traveling on that road over the years, and I see why this project is absolutely going to benefit not only infrastructure-wise, but it is going to be a key to national development, Madam President. And growth and development comes with a price. You know, free. When this government decides to approach a bank like the CDB, another IFIs, it is strictly to grow and develop this country. We know the play, we know the waste time. We still reel for 13 years of neglect under the UDP government. And Madam President, I honestly, I want to say this, right? I listened to Senator Faber speaking earlier. And when he talked, all I could say, when I look on here and I could remember, I just say tacos, pibil, and rum. That's all I say when I listen to him just now.
Senator Linsworth Castillo, can you stay close to the motion at hand?
I am making a point, Madam President. I say that, Madam President, because when I think about the Petro-Carib funds, which could have been used to rehabilitate the same highway, the same George Price Highway, millions upon millions of dollars were there, available, practically right in our coffers. They talk about why we have to borrow and borrow and borrow. I say things like the misuse of the Petro-Carib funds. Hustle? Please don't use that word.
Senator, I am asking if you can be mindful of Standing Order 40 to maintain a silence while another senator is speaking.
Thank you, Madam President. But the government is doing the right thing. And that is why we are here today, coming before this honorable House, being transparent, being accountable, unlike the last UDP government. They never depend that. They may think they're bigger than the house and just spend money, borrow, right, without any accountability. And that's why they got into trouble. And that's why the court do an unprecedented judgment against the former Prime Minister. For everything, so if you're not being accountable. So, This government has its priorities right, Madam President. And Senator Faber talked about, we used to say that nothing eat streets. And now we do the same. No, that is absolutely not true. The reason women accuse you that we can't eat streets is because infrastructure, road work, was not prioritized. It was used for something else. And the road work somebody disguised. I know what I'm used for. But if I could read between the lines, you don't know what they talk about. And so, when we used to hear about any projects in the past, oh, then they do this, and they do that, and they do this, we knew what was behind it. But this government, we got three priorities right. And so, we could look at practical examples of the works of the past. Senator Faber talked about Faber's Alley, not Faber's Road, because that name Faber's Alley, as far as I'm concerned, because it is so narrow. It is so narrow that two vehicles can't even drive side by side. So, that is a legacy of the United Democratic Party when it comes to infrastructure. Not to mention the Chetomal Boulevard. Something I still don't think Senator Cordin they opened that thing yet. That you know. Still, we could drive that right now and you could see the horrible condition, especially coming off the bridge going towards the George Price Highway. Yeah. But it shouldn't have stand so. If only so effective when it comes to infrastructure. In fact, as the ability he get in a condition, did never repair. Always been a problem. And that's something where this government will have to solve and will solve. Because we are prioritizing, my brother. I just say we have our priorities in order. But no make we oppose sake, senators. Let us look at the worth. Let us look at the benefits that this project will deliver. And so, make a close, Madam President, because I just want to close by saying that I support this motion, and I want to encourage my other colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zetina.
Good morning, Senators, Madam President. May I refer to my notes? Thank you. It almost, when I was hearing Senator Castillo, it almost felt as if he was talking about his own government with all the negative stuff he was putting. But yet he claims to be a positive man looking at things positively. And I think he has selective hearing. The Prime Minister's favorite word, you know. But Madam President, I rise to speak on this loan motion, not because we're against development. I think if you hear the POP rhetoric, they would want you to think that we are against development. But in fact, it is under the UDP that major development and improvements around this country started. And it was them who used to criticize the UDP, saying that people can't eat road. So, when I say that you guys have selecting hearing, it's because when we talk about these things, we're scrutinizing to learn how much we borrow, how much we're paying back in terms of interest, and if the Belizean people are getting value for their money's worth. It's not only senators on this aisle. Senators on the other aisle is asking the same thing. Because the detail in black and white is important. I appreciate that you guys probably got insight maybe via WhatsApp message, but we don't have that privilege. Madam President, and I will disregard this because I had prepared this prior to Senator Guerra speaking, because we didn't really get all the details, right? But I will give him the benefit of the doubt. But 24 kilometers, or the way they've been describing it, realistically it is 14.9 miles for 35 million US. That's approximate, yes. It's 34 point. But I want to round it off. 35 million. So the total amount, when I look at this, it is mile per road, we're looking at an approximate 4.7 million Belize dollars per mile. Listen, man, you spoke already, you have to listen, because that's why when you talk and you speak and you say, not only UDP or PUP will be driving this road. Who came up with that? You have to learn to listen, sir. I want to be respectful towards you, but... And then the total interest. You know what the total interest is? Or you just support it because it is being brought by your government? Simple maths, you could run it through Google. The longer we take to pay back a loan, the more interest it applies. Right? So, while you might say 1%, but then when you stretch it in 60 odd years, right, but there is two sets. There is an 8 million plus, and then there is a second one for the 25 million. The 25 million is 4.9%, and then the 8 million is 1%. But I will focus right now on that 25 million, and if we add that 1% commitment fee, based on my calculations, we're looking about 66 million stretched out in, how many years is it? 68 years? Or 17 years? Okay, I stand corrected then. Okay. But yes, it is still a lot of interest indeed. And this will not begin to be repaid back until 5 years from now. You guys predicting that you will no longer be in government then, leaving the bill for someone else to deal with. New roads, when you guys described roads and then bring it into the Senate and say it is climate resistance. That does not mean that you guys get a free pass, you know, and you can bring whatever amount you want. Time and time again, I'm seeing a pattern. And this is not political rhetoric, but when you guys were in opposition, you guys spoke against building of road. You guys spoke against the borrowing. Madam President, there is no difference today. Every Senate meeting, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, there seems to be a loan motion on the table. Where's the taxpayers' dollars going into then? Everything is being financed. So it seems. And then earlier this year, you guys beat your chest talking about Belize's debt to GDP. Now, I see that as a lie. Because the amount of borrowing we have, you guys should be ashamed. You tell this country that everything is under control, but yet in every Senate meeting, we're having to deal with another loan motion. Madam President, the real issue here is the fact that we do not have all the facts. We don't have it in black and white. That is the real issue. It's not the fact that we're borrowing to build the roads. I'm not happy about the amount either. But the main argument that we're making is that we should have all the facts. If you don't want to give it to us, give it to the Belizean people, because it is their money that we're spending. We're borrowing in their name, and they deserve to know all the details. So don't tell me about accountability and transparency. And this is just one example of many. Time and time we come to the Senate and we don't have all the details. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Brittany Galvez.
Thank you, Madam President. With your allowance, I'd like to refer to my notes. Today, I rise in full support of the Caribbean Development Bank 8 Road Project, George Price Highway, Belize City to Hattieville Loan Motion 2025. And to start, Madam President, I'd like to address what Senator Faber started with, mentioning about the government keeps on borrowing. And since he is in here, I'd like to quote myself from my first debate, that yes, the government is borrowing, but they are borrowing to build, not to eat to build. I might have to put that on a t-shirt one day.
Point of order, Madam President.
I take your point of order.
35, whatever it is that's imputing improper motive. I was not in the chamber when my friend Senator Castillo started this nonsense. And I don't want to drag it on, but if they continue, I will have to do. Already stated my point of order, 30. It is improper motive. You are suggesting that I misappropriated or wasted the government's resources, which is not the case at all. And if I'm not going to be given the opportunity to explain that, then you will stop it. It is improper according to our standing orders. Thank you, Madam President.
I take your point, Senator Faber. Senator Galvez, you may proceed.
Thank you. Still, he also fails to acknowledge that as this government borrows to build this nation, they are also paying back. And as the Prime Minister shared,
126 million in this fiscal year alone. So today, this motion before us is not merely about approving alone, but about ensuring the safety of our commuters, the resilience of our roadways, and the advancement towards the full upgrade of our George Price Highway. It is about investing in one of the most important transportation arteries in our country, upon which our economy, our communities, and our people rely. This critical corridor connecting the old capital to Western Belize has long served our country since its initial construction in the 1930s and its paving following our independence. But Madam President, for anyone who travels this section of road from Belize City to Hattieville, they can easily recognize the necessity and need for this level of investment. The existing and outdated pavement continues to deteriorate, resulting in sections of the highway being narrowed due to the crumbling edges of the asphalt. Improper drainage, coastal habitats, and floodplains that surround this section of the road also accelerates its vulnerability to erosion and risk. That is why with this loan, the government is seeking to directly address those realities by, as Senator Courtney outlines, upgrading 25 kilometers or 15.5 miles of the highway, replacing the Burdon Canal Bridge and Hector Creek Bridge, installing proper drainage and sidewalks, raising the road in flood-prone areas, connecting road geometry and widening the road, upgrading of the Hattieville roundabout and adding lights, signage, road studs to improve safety on the roads. And I know I heard a couple senators mention about not having the details of this loan, but just to also mention that the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing already said publicly in the House that he invites anyone to visit the ministry to find out what they are doing and what the projects will entail. Still, we have also heard some concerns raised about the total cost of this loan. But let us be clear, Madam President, what is being financed is not patchwork maintenance. It is a full reconstruction of an outdated roadway to modern international standards, meaning fewer repairs, lower maintenance costs, safer travels, and less disruption to commuters. The cost per mile is calculated precisely because this project tackles the most complex terrain: coastal floodplains, unstable soils, and areas with ongoing underground settlement. This requires road elevation, extensive drainage, retaining structures, and multiple culvert replacements. And if you ask any engineer, they will tell you that building correctly in these conditions come with a price tag. But failing to do so will also cost us far more in the long run. That is why this project seeks to replace endless small repairs with one long-term solution. And because the loan blends ordinary and concessional resources, includes a grace period before repayment, and spread costs over the lifespan of the asset, it will also deliver a road that would generate value long before repayment begins and long after the life of the loan. Therefore, Madam President, we must consider the human dimension of this loan. And I know Senator Farber always likes to mention about saddling our children and our children's children. But it is these same children who will benefit from a safer road. The public servants who will leave home before sunrise in Belize City to travel to Belmopan. The youth traveling from Hattieville to attend high school in the city. The tourists seeking an inland adventure. And Senator Chanona, I know you can appreciate the cyclists dreaming of being a cross-country champion, and the countless Belizeans whose livelihood rely on this road will all benefit from the improved safety, accessibility, and efficient movement that will result from this upgrade. Therefore, approving this loan means safeguarding national road connectivity, protecting lives, strengthening resilience, building infrastructure fit for the realities of today's climate and traffic demands, and represents a Belize that plans, prepares, and builds for the future. And for these reasons, Madam President, I strongly support the passage of this loan motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Pastor Louis Wade.
Good morning, colleagues in Belize. I rise to speak on this particular loan motion because it is close to my heart for various reasons. As a pastor, several years ago, I officiated a triple funeral. My relatives who passed away in a tragic accident that occurred on that highway. 15 miles that will be rehabilitated, and the accident happened in the 5-mile stretch that is considered to be repeatedly problematic. Just 2 weeks ago, there was an accident with 4 young members of my church. Four of them were in the very same vehicle, which it hit a dip in the road and the vehicle flipped. Thank God they walked out alive, or our church would have had a quadruple funeral for very young, productive people in their 20s, Gen Z. So this bill, in particular, is of concern to me. But every single bill that I have spoken on, the end result that I keep in my mind is the people. The people of Belize, the people who use and traffic the road. And I know that there is talk from the different sides of this Honorable Senate as to the benefits, the costing, etc. of this highway. And I think everything that has come so far from the different sides of the House are important. But I have to talk a little bit about the road condition as it relates to the waviness of the road, the edges that are razor sharp for tires. There are drops that are 6 to 8 inches in certain parts, very narrow. And then as you approach Belize City, there is the stretch that has been called in front of Old Belize, Barton Creek Bridge, etc., which continues to be a problem for those who ride it. It's not a PUP problem. It is not a UDP problem. This is a national issue that has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed definitively, regardless of what it is going to cost. But when I see cost, I want to ensure that the remedy is going to definitively fix the problem. So it's not just an issue of the cost per mile. The question is going to be, will it truly fix the problem? Not via speech or pleasantries, because it matters. It matters. So most of us, I believe, drive this particular stretch of road on a regular basis, and the funding that is being proposed or sought for approval is for 15 roughly 15 miles of that stretch. Of that 15 miles, 5 of it, or 1/3, is extremely problematic. It is extremely problematic, and it occurs at both entrances to Belize City. This is not a joke, because if a Category 5 hurricane approaches us, I was on the road when Mitch was approaching, and the flight from the city is something that I would not want to experience again, as people were trying to move themselves and their assets out of the city. So you look at Belize City, and you see that it sits on a delta created by the Belize River, and it juts out. Belize City juts out, and there are 2 entrances into the city, a north side and a south side, and both sides are problematic geographically. This is a problem that one day, if it is not properly addressed, it is going to cause death. It will cause death. So the previous administration has the administration under the Right Honorable Dean Barrow has spent millions of dollars on both the north side and the south side entrances into the city. Has not worked. And this current administration, you will be here long enough for us to see whether or not this money you are spending is going to work, you know. We're going to be here enough, because right now as we speak, the graders are on Chetomal Boulevard. Not because, in my opinion, you know, in my opinion, not because of political or aspirational, like, you know, we want a Chetomal Road, we want to cut here with there, but you are working with swamp. This is a terrain matter. And I have sat down long enough observing from my little rise and shine desk, grader after grader, surface after surface on Chetomal Street, but also in front of Old Belize, and then also currently on the Northern Highway. And for the millions that government have spent, both PUP and UDP governments, if I may say so, the terrain continues to swallow. That's the word I'm going to use. Continues to swallow the plans of mortal man, the design continues to swallow the material, and you go on the north part, as I said, all the way through almost to Harlover. And I think that the Harlover solution has the idea, which is elevated. It elevated not only Harlover Bridge itself, but an extended portion of the approach. You will see that there is an elevation, so that either you hit the solid or bedrock, or there is more time, because you have, it's like a floating infrastructure that is more suitable to the terrain. Why am I saying all this? Some of this information, some of you live in the particular area, and you know the efforts that the professionals have put into these types of roads. And I think my colleague, Senator Chanona, said it right, that there is quite likely a possibility that we could approve more. So it's not just an issue of the spending or the cost per mile. I want to bury less people. I want that the solution that is placed before us, I am confident that I have the details to compare what is going to be done next with what was done before. because what was done before did not work. And so if I put far more money in to the same solution, that is not a solution. It is not sufficient. So having the evidence, because I have a little bit of science knowledge, but I have the friends who are engineers, who I can then take the information to say, does this solve the problem? So why are we sometimes protective of information? And that's, I got to call it protective because it's not available when the decision is needed to be made. Why would we not be given the information in time so that we can solve a problem? And I'm going to repeat it again from this particular location. Both entrances to our country's largest municipality by far are constantly under repair because the structural design is inefficient for the type of terrain that Belize City sits on. This, I believe, is an extremely important matter. And so, what are the engineers saying already? What are my friends saying already? They are saying that it appears to be the same solution that has not worked. That we are again using geotextiles, which is sinking. So you're making it higher, and yes, there are a little bit of talks about what's going to be different, but it's not different from an engineering perspective as it relates to a solution. And so I wouldn't want to only rely on what my friends who are engineers are saying, that it's just more money with the same solution, so that more money we are going to swallow. I would want the details so that we are able to say, no, this is different. That the reason why we are approving far more money is because we have a definitive solution to the matter. Because at the end of the day, again, people's lives are at risk and will continue to be at risk if the money we are putting in does not definitively solve the problem. And so, they are saying that these roads are repaired every 3 years for the past 20 years. It means we will still be here in a few years' time, and this highway will come up again. Has it not before my time? Yes, it has, because I've been doing this through the television aspect of it, just the morning show aspect of it. The repeated repairs in front of Old Belize, repeated repairs on the Northern Highway, and you just look across the road and you see the houses. Nobody would have wanted to make that investment in the private domain, knowing that 2 years later, their houses would be sinking as a perpetual reminder that they did not hit solid rock. And for the millions of dollars that they put into that private housing project, it sank and is sinking. Now, nobody would make, in the private sector, nobody would make that mistake twice. Why are we making it repeatedly in the public sector? That is my question. I would never do it if it happened once. And so I have the question, which is, for the amount of money that you're asking me to vote on now, is it just a slower absorption of the road that will take place? And why is it that I can't answer it? It's because enough information was not provided so that I could definitively know, less funeral, we can drive the road safer for a longer period of time without having to slow down for the orange cones because they're repairing it again. And so, Madam Speaker, Madam President, my apologies, I will close with that. But the average work, this is information that I'm getting from people who are engineers who have worked on the road, that the average repair is every 3 years for the past 20 years. And so what I am now only hoping that I don't have evidence for, that I would have loved to have, is that the money that we are approving today is for a different solution. Because I will close with this. The terrain is not unique. It is unique to Belize, but it is not unique to the world. And so there are places, Netherlands, for example, that have definitively solved this problem. And while we may not have all the funds available for the cost of the solution, we take it piece at a time. We know, well, at least this 2 miles here is properly done, and the rest, yes, some money will go to that, and then at another time, another 2 miles until we bite that 5 miles of the 14 miles out, to the extent that we definitively solve the problem. And so I would appreciate more information before I stand and give my recommendations or approval to such a loan. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. The first motion for the day, 2 hours in. For the first time, I said, maybe some of us decided to come and work. But then again, I listened to you, Senator Chanona, and you urge, as you have a way of doing, this time more overtly, that we elevate debates and we keep it at a certain level, and then we hear Senator Castillo immediately proceeding, and then I said, but what happened to elevating the debates? Another issue I want to raise right out the gate, because it appears that there may be some tone deafness.
Senator, excuse me 1 second, Senator.
There may be some tone deafness to which we operate and to which this motion is being treated. First of all, I do not hear anyone, or as continuing from the tenor on this side, there was no political ascription to the critique. There was an appreciation of a need, that which is not disagreed with, as Senator Wade has debated. So I don't know why, if it is in a sober chamber where we can look at a motion like this and still, with the greatest immaturity, apply to it the kind of overtures and overtones that flies in the face of some of the lives that have been lost on the highway. And I take issue with that. I've heard Senator Guerra said the difference here now is prioritizing, and that this government is prioritizing, and doing this road work is a matter of priority. I am left to wonder, if you are to ask the ordinary man in Battlefield Park, do you want your government to ensure that you can afford to live from the wage you earn? That whether or not you want the government to fix the inflation crisis, or spend $69 million on 14.9 miles of road. Right, I'm corrected. And I don't know that the average person will opt for the road first. So I want to put into stark contrast that when we get up and we piece arguments together, we do so with the kind of sobriety that dictates some sort of reasonableness. And I take it that when the leader of government business presented the motion, some observation is necessary, because the leader of government business set the tone, to which his other senators did not follow. And that is unfortunate. That is rather unfortunate. The leader of government business said, quiet and calm, we agree. This one is the highest per mile to date road motion. That is true. That is a matter of fact. So to argue with numbers goes nowhere. It really does not. On the issue of Senator Herrera said it, Senator Chanona said it, Senator Wade said it, where are the details? Senator Guerra stood up and said he won't provide the details. He text somebody where we don't know, and he got details, and to which he said, oh, it will be hot mixing. Madam President, that is not specificity. Oh, there will be some widening. Madam President, that is not specificity. How wide? And what is the cost to widen? He also said culverts will be installed. That is not the specificity we asked. How many culverts? Is it for the entire 14.9 miles? So don't, yeah, don't, if we're being sober, if we're being objective, if we're discharging the industry to which the nation expects us to perform, not short-shot it. And so because I wanted to know, Madam President, and I needed some help, I did a little research, quickly one, not much, and I found from the CARIBank website primary information which was not supplied to us senators, which is the complaint here. We don't have the information. And I always say, if you give us the information, I, for one, cannot stand up and take all of 45 minutes. Because there will be some things that will be dealt with. And I am not offering now to provide the specificity we need. What I am doing is assisting the chamber on the record with some information that was not provided. The scope of work intends to include replacement of the existing Burden Canal Bridge with a new structure designed to AASHTO HL-93 standards, whatever that is, a 2-lane single-span pre-stressed concrete girder bridge with pedestrian walkways on both sides and scour protection works at abutments. The motion didn't have that. There is no attendant document that told me that. It also, on their website, which is absent from the motion, replacement of the existing Hector Creek Bridge. And that is unsatisfactory for us here. We saw that with the Safe Third Country Agreement, wanting to read some. But if today is that day, correct me. Replacement of the existing Hector Creek Bridge with a new structure designed to the same standards, a 2-lane single-span pre-stressed concrete girder bridge with pedestrian walkways on both sides and scour protection work on abutments. That leave it more specific than say hot mix. Rehabilitation and upgrading of the roadway, including construction of a 7.2 meter wide carriageway. That sounds a little bit more specific, right, Senator Herrera? Gives us more. 7.2 meter wide carriageway with 2 meter wide hard shoulders on both sides, including a 250 millimeter thick sub-base course, 200 millimeter thick base course and 50 millimeter thick concrete wearing course, along with construction of concrete sideways. You hear what specificity sound like? No, that's not just widening. It is telling us numbers. But, Madam President, and this is a point you will appreciate, and Senator Wade, I join with you up to a certain extent. So we know there are sinking parts. I'm being seized that they're going to raise at a specific depth. The question Senator Wade has asked, is this sufficient to solve the problem? Now, what I take that you will appreciate, Madam President, is that where in this scheme of infrastructure has there been taken into any account the kind of town and country planning that will say, when you do it for 14.9 miles, the remaining going westward will not cause any immediate flow into the waterway around the 14.9 miles and subsume the 250 millimeter thick raising. You see what I'm saying? So, Senator Wade, I do agree with you. Is it enough? And why are we fixing in a myopia a stretch of road without appreciating the surrounding area and the fact that of all things we have seen most destructive is water? And the one thing that has always destroyed our roads is water. But on that western stretch, there is water on both sides. Where is the kind of town and country planning that we'll see? There is some treatment to deal with water overflows even after you raise the road. It also says here, Madam President, construction of 16 formalized bus stops with shelters and pedestrian crossing facilities. That's a specificity. Not just install culvert, because you didn't tell us how many, or if that entire 14.9 mile stretch of road, Senator Guerra. This says, and this doesn't say it either, this says installation and rehabilitation of culverts and associated drainage infrastructures, including slope protection. So we know they will put it in. Are we to take it that the culverts will run the entire stretch? Provision and installation of road safety furniture, guardrails, road studs, line marking and signage. Provision and installation of solar LED roadway lighting, which is good. So that, Madam President, is a little bit more information than what was given to us. I still say we don't have who bid to do this, but the work is set to commence in the first quarter of 2026, if you read the agreement. So who is going to do that? What is also on the website is that there should be who will do the work. We don't know who will do the work. Well, if it is that it is yet to be decided who will do the work, then we can't yet know. But if the work is to commence early 2026, begs to question, somebody is already slated to do the work. And who? On the part of the MIDH, what the CARIBANC website is saying that they must have engineering consultants as the work go along. Who are these people? Is it the one person who is the CEO? I don't know.
How much would they pay them?
I mean, I don't even, it doesn't matter. I just want to know that we have professional engineering consultants who will assess the work. Because you know what? When Senator Wade said that we're providing a solution with no certainty that it will be foolproof, you know he's correct. You make recollection of the Triple funeral. On my side, I can tell you, you remember the Placencia Road? Newly minted, newly built. The road held water. And forgive me, Senator Faber, but this is why we need to know what we're doing really will result in the ends that we want. That road claimed the life of Senator Faber's brother. At the point where it held water, a hydroplane off the road and into a ditch, died. So I am not here to argue against a motion that will see the saving of one additional Belizean life. I am here to take issue with the fact that you can't keep asking us to come and digest matters without the information, and you cannot at least provide for us some kind of appreciation that this will solve the issue at hand for a longer period of time, not only every 3 years, Senator Wade. And one of the main contributors to expensive road works, as I've learned, is maintenance and repair costs. Has it been factored in? Where did MIDH direct its mind to how it will treat maintenance and repair costs of this road or any other road in this nation? Because you're correct, Senator Chanona, we pave our roads and then later on you say, Wasa, they dig it up. Or we take an approach to fixing road without involving the utility companies to ensure that their equipment can withstand or is still accessible. Because it really behooves me that we're building and WASA or can get to come and dig up back. Where is the responsibility or burden on them to improve and or upgrade their equipment along the way when we're doing these improvements? Because it can't be that we continue to not look further than our noses. We want to fix the road now and it lasts for 2 to 3 years and then we come back and we borrow some more. Proper town and country planning is beyond a parliamentary term. Proper town and country planning benefits generations, not just parliamentary term. So if you're asking me and inviting me to saddle my child and my grandchild into loans, let me be certain that after they have paid it off, their generations will not come and inherit more or will be faced with a new loan that they will have to pay. And that is the simple point here. Not that we are against the need for improvement of the road. We're not against that. That's not what I'm hearing. And I think it is a gross and perverse type of tone deafness to make political light of Petrocaribe money and Tarcos bill at a time when this government just tax ramen noodles 20% more. Where that's the basic food where people eat. Like, how can we come here and do that? How can we come here and do that? This is serious business. And so I have to repeat, I take issue with that sort of thing. Now I know during debates you might make light here and there, but one thing you don't make light about is how people can eat, or whether you're placing streets above people's ability to eat. Because we didn't have to go there. It is understood the road is necessary. It's understood the road is bad. It's understood we want to preserve life. Madam President, what I want to ask, if it is possible, because I found that the information on the website was helpful. If it is possible to amend the motion to properly and accurately capture the scope of the work, as opposed to what is stated there in paragraph 5, so that at least when anyone goes to the record to try to know what we're spending the most money on for 14.9 miles of highway, they can see the extent and the breadth of the scope of the work, because paragraph 5 does not do that. I do not believe it does that. And when I read the scope of the work, it put me a bit at ease, because at least there was something more than the motion given to us, and that is more specific than a text message or 2 or 3 terms, and I find it is helpful. I would like to see that there is, and the only reason why I say it, because it must be, and it is, a knee-jerk reaction to have to see that we're borrowing this much for such short space of road. The only way to allay those fears, to allay that reaction, is to provide the information so that people could see. This is why. Because, Madam President, the cost per mile varies. And what makes the cost per mile vary is whether we're just resurfacing or fixing or building from scratch. It would be helpful to know whether we're doing either of those things for the entire 14.9 miles, or we're doing it for whatever respective portion, and that way we justify the amounts being borrowed. Because it can be justified. When you look at estimated costs for 14.9 miles of road, the range at its lowest end is $20 to $22 million. At its highest end is $45 million. So we're borrowing a lot in the first instance for this first part. It's a shocker to learn that it could have been more. But still, provide the information, provide the details, because that makes a world of difference. And I end, Madam President, by joining again with Senator Chanona that if it is we proceed on the understanding that the upper house is the sober house, and we have more insightful debates, then let's hold ourselves to that. And if we can't, not everyone has to speak on every bill. Thank you.
Sir? 1 second. Sir?
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
mindful of the lunch hour, Madam President. So I promise you, you get to put that question before 12. Just very quickly, a lot has been said here, and I am not in the habit of repeating because the sentiments are very clear. I just want to echo a few very brief points. Nobody is saying the George Price Highway doesn't need to be fixed. We're all saying that. I think we have unanimity in relation to the fact that we all want the George Price Highway fixed. Yes? The bad stretches, we all know. I pride myself that I even know part of road dip long before I reach it, right? It's a brilliant part of the driving strategy in Belize. Sad, but that's the reality, yes? I'm learning some of the other highways through this work, so I know less about some of the other highways. It does. I will learn them very shortly. Yeah. Now, I have a point here, and I thank my colleague on the other side, but I am not in the habit of doing outside research for this. So the point I have here, the point I have here is that the CDB has the criteria for assessing whether or not this is a good loan or not. They have it, Madam President. I know they have it. But it is not, and it ought not to be, that I as an independent senator have to sit down and go and scour the internet to find information that ought to accompany these loans motions. So yes, I was able to find the information and look through it. But quite frankly, not pay me for that. Real. Can't. I got an award from the union last weekend, so maybe that's what, maybe that's the price for doing it. But somehow the union feels that I worth something. But it can't just be 2 sheets on a paper. When we are talking about, and I want the Belizean people to hear me properly, all the numbers that are here are not the correct number. I was hoping Senator Zatina would do it. $102 million, that's what this is about, 102. They throw you off, I know. $51,964 in the first loan. The next loan, 8.56 million. Add them two together. 1% contingent commitment fee quarterly for the life of the loan from the date of the loan. That will cost me another $6 million, right? The interest, 4.9% per 25.982 million US. That's over 25 million, right? The interest on this 8.56 million, 2.15. Add them up with that, this is over $100 million worth of money we pay back, right? 417,000 Belizeans in this country, more or less. Some of the other states sound like that. So what about cost per mile? This is $244.60 per Belizean. It's going to take we 22 years to repay. 22 years, no road no last so long in this country, guarantee. I needed a tree. I guarantee this road no will last 22 years, sure. You see, Madam President, I join with my colleagues who say that it is improper for us and we are incapable of making an objective assessment of value. You see, there's a difference between cost of something and the value of something. And I join with my colleagues who would say 102 million is pennies on the dollar for one life saved. I could live with that. 102 million, one life. Maybe not my life, other people. But we can't have to play games no more. Bring the information to the Senate. Because they're my colleagues, you know. But you can't defend the indefensible without the information, man. Come on. I'm not gonna do that. Right? We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. That's improper. I joined Senator Chanona in saying that I will personally stand here and defend the spending of more funds, more per mile cost, because I have it right now at 6.85 million per mile. That's my cost. I count interest to, because that's real money now. That not pretend, that's real. Right? How much you made there? I did at 6.845. I did at 6. Good. $25.027 million in interest just on this 25 million US. Right? A lot of money. But I want a road fix, you know. I want a road fix. So I never had a lot to say because I did read the specs. And it looked decent to me. But then I'm me forgot up for that. So I urge, I don't want to be unkind, but not send me the war without ammunition, man. They should not do that, Senator Courtney. Should I give you the information make you could tell me? Because this crowd are kind of rough. They come for war every day, then choose violence, right, Hector? And I really do appreciate Senator Courtney's approach to share information and be open with us and let us know ahead of time what's coming and that sort of thing. And I want to commend that approach, Senator Courtney. It's really unprecedented. People of Belize need to know that the government is actively engaging in dialogue that I think will result in better legislative reforms going forward. And go clap for that, no look at me, Monteo, call it. And a big yo. And I think things like this, with the information coming forward, only presentation, you're not like we're not there 2.5 hours for this for one motion. Like this it's a only hour at Central Bank and may save everybody the headache. So that's it for me, Madam President, because everything else, I align with everything else that's in that vein.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour though opposed. Madam President, sorry.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, we have established a practice and tradition in this Senate, at least under my leadership, of senators indicating to me when there is a need for additional information. Regrettably, that was not done in this case. I'm not blaming anyone. I move that we adjourn, we suspend the sitting to go into committee. The chief engineer is available to answer questions. He's downstairs. I move that we suspend the sitting.
In consideration of the call for more information on the loan motion, and I'm hereby suspending the sitting of the Senate. at this time to enable the Senate to meet as a committee of the whole, to have the chief engineer from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing Development be available to answer any question that you may ask of the said loan motion. The Senate stands suspended.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need to make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better. Much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing,
Inspiring,
inspiracional,
empowering,
transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even pose questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when me face God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. We make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better, much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now, let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when me face God, you know something. When I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polishade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ our Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. You make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better. Much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when me praise God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polishade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. You make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better, much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when me face God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. We make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better, much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when we face God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your gardens. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bubba Pan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ our Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. You make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better. Much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even pose questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when we praise God, we don't think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today.
In for Senator Chris and trying to cover the areas that he asked me to kindly share with the Senate. In regards to Senator Farber reference to yet another loan motion, I will repeat a quote that the father of the nation gave, and every research you do and everywhere you check, borrowing is a normal part of developing a nation. It is not unique to Belize or to many other developing countries, and even to the large industrialized countries. So when it comes to borrowing, I don't think that should be an issue, but I want to remind, as I was asked to do, because recently in a press conference, Senator Farber mentioned that under the current administration, some 600 million has been borrowed. Didn't listen, I read. I am asked to remind him, lest we forget, that in the final 5 years of the UDP administration, there was 642.8 million borrowed, 542.8 external borrowing, and there was 904 million domestic borrowing in the final 5 years of the UDP administration, totaling 1.4 with a B, billion dollars. And the question was, what has taken place with the 600 that has been borrowed? And it is obvious and clear what has been taking place. And so I just want to remind us that borrowing is not a political issue. It is a part of developing a nation. And this loan motion that we are speaking to here today, and we've gotten some clarification, but even before we got the clarification, we understand the necessity. And for that reason, Madam President, I gladly support this motion. Thank you.
Madam President, we suspended the sitting of the Senate in order to receive the Chief Engineer from the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Mr. Evandale Moody. Mr. Moody was available to my colleague senators to answer their questions and to provide clarifications on the many issues that they raised. As I indicated before the suspension, had I known that these technical concerns existed, we would have made arrangements for this to happen before the Senate meeting. From my perspective, Madam President, members of the Senate, it appears to me to be a common ground between all senators that the rehabilitation of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville is required. The concerns of colleagues were twofold. One, whether the technical work had been done, and secondly, whether the cost of per kilometer or per mile was value for money. It is my assessment that based on the discussions and questions during the Committee of the Whole Senate, Mr. Moody was able, at least to my satisfaction, to satisfy senators that the technical work has been done that is required for the very difficult and challenging rehabilitation to be undertaken. And secondly, I specifically asked him at the very end of the session whether the motion, the quantity, the monies in the motion vis-a-vis the work to be done was value for money, and he expressed his professional opinion that we are getting value for money. In those circumstances, Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its endeavor to rehabilitate the George Price Highway to improve efficiency, safety, accessibility, and resilience of Belize's most heavily trafficked road network, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas on the 3rd April 2021 by statutory instrument number 34 of 2021, the standing orders of the Senate were amended to allow for the Senate to meet virtually in the interest of public health, public safety, national security, or public emergency. And whereas in view of the increasing workload of the Senate committees and the attendant need to ensure flexibility and efficiency in the discharge of parliamentary functions, it is necessary to enable the Senate and its committees to convene virtually for reasons of expediency. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate approves the amendment to the standing orders proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed hereto, and the standing orders of the Senate shall be and are hereby amended accordingly. Madam President, this is a measure that is commended to the Senate to allow us to meet virtually when emergencies or expediency requires.
I recognize Senator Patrick Fobb.
Thank you, Madam President. We on the opposition side stand in full support of the motion.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Yes, Madam President. I rise to support the motion as well. I think that it's an extremely important initiative, given that there's so much work to be done by the Senate and the members having to travel from so far for a 1 or 2 hour meeting that from time seem to be extremely inefficient as well as costly for the government, Madam President. So I think this is an extremely important initiative. Thanks.
Honorable members, that
Madam
motion.
President, first, I want to thank my Senate colleagues for their support, and I seek the indulgence of the Honorable Senate to have this motion taken through all its stages today.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Standing Orders Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Honorable members, that the question is also that this motion be taken through all its stages today. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that whereas the National Assembly of Belize is the cornerstone of the nation's democratic system and the embodiment of the people's will, and as a legislative branch of the government of Belize, it is to be represented with the highest levels of dignity, authority, and respect. And whereas a new parliamentary logo has been created for the National Assembly of Belize to reflect the authority and identity of this country's legislative body, and whereas brand manual guidelines have been developed to establish a clear and consistent framework for the use of the National Assembly's logo, typeface, colors, and brand identity across all communications, ensuring integrity, professionalism, credibility, and national representation. And whereas the Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Stuart Leslie, has advised the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Chair of the National Assembly Staff Committee, the Honorable Valerie Woods, of the Honorable Prime Minister's and the Cabinet's approval of the new logo and their support for its formal adoption. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate adopts the logo annexed to this motion to be designated as the official parliamentary logo of the National Assembly of Belize. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the National Assembly shall be responsible for the management, safeguarding, and authorized use of the parliamentary logo. President, I don't believe the motion needs any explanation.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Madam President, we here on this side give our full support as well. We look forward to moving into the new National Assembly building, and of course the new logo would do well in terms of welcoming us and helping to declare to the world, in fact, that we are a new and improved parliament. I would hope that it is not only the new building and the new logo, of course, and that but we've seen some of that demonstrated today, and I use the opportunity to thank Senator Courtney for his leadership on what just transpired with the loan motion bill from the CDB. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm searching for the diplomatic way of phrasing this. I'm just curious in terms of the process that was afforded the logo, only because on behalf of the creative sector, logos tell the story. We were just at the Barbados jurisdiction, and their logo, two hands upholding a historic parliamentary structure and their scrolls framing it. So on behalf of the creatives, I just wonder perhaps if there's a story to the logo, because I think I fully support that as we re-enter Parliament, that we do so under new branding. But I would only, and again, this is no intimation of anything criticizing the logo. I am just curious in terms of the process, because I do feel that perhaps there could have been an opportunity for a story here and have the logo depict the power of the brutalist architecture and the people's work. And that is my only suggestion. That I don't know who created this logo. The colors are the colors framed there, I think, is mustard, or I'm not one to but yes, I only frame that because I know that when I got this and I circulated, that was some of it that came back, Madam President. And I think it's great that people want to be a part of the process in terms of the new logo, and I commend the initiative and moving forward with it. And as I said, just looking through some of my papers at the Barbados one as the quickest reference, I think it's great that we're looking at these things and having them tell the story of our work here, because I think paramount and testimony to your leadership, Madam President, in terms of making sure people know what happens here and that they feel that this is their work, and making sure that they feel a part of it. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think that I think the initiatives in terms of the rehabilitation of the building and the new logo is certainly an important one. I was hoping, though, given that the National Assembly is really the center at which we practice our democratic ideals, that the logo would have represented some of those ideals, and even in abstract terms. And I'm not feeling it looking at the logo. I was hoping that it would have given that type of feeling, but certainly fully support the initiative to continue to improve what we have here. And hopefully at some point we could maybe revisit and look at some of those ideals to have that as a representation in the logo. Thank you.
Madam President, I regret to tell my Senate colleagues that this is not a government initiative. This is a National Assembly initiative. I don't have the answers to the queries raised, Madam President, but Senator Castillo told Senator Herrera that it will grow on him, so give it time.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the President.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the amendment of the standing orders of the Senate Motion 2025 pass this day. Standing Order number 65-1 states that the Standing Orders Committee shall have the duty of considering from time to time and reporting on all such matters relating to standing orders as may be referred to it by the Senate. I therefore suspend the sitting of the Senate to enable the Standing Orders Committee to examine, consider, and report back to the Senate on the motion. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Standing Orders Committee has concluded its business.
Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. You make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better. Much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative.
Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when we face God, you know, we're not thinking of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future. Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need to make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better, much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now, let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even pose questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when me face God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need to make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better, much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now, let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when we face God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapaan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ our Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. You make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better. Much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even pose questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when we praise God, you know, when I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bubba Pan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. We make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better. Much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number 27/1/15, report from the Standing Orders Committee on the amendment of the Standing Orders of the Senate Motion 2025. Madam President, the committee held its meeting today, December 16, 2025, to consider the motion and agreed that it be returned to the Senate for adoption. The committee further agreed that at its subsequent meeting, it will establish operational protocols that will guide the utilization of Standing Order 12A for meetings of the Senate and committees by electronic means. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that the question be put for the second reading of the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025. May I remind honorable senators that at the last special sitting of the Senate held on 11th November 2025, senators debated the bill, and it was agreed that we would meet to further deliberate on the bill. We met on Friday, 5th December 2025 to discuss the proposed amendments. Therefore, I now intend to move those amendments in the Committee of the Whole Senate for approval. Those amendments have been circulated to all senators. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Computer Wagering Licensing Act, Chapter 149 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. Ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Computer Wagering Licensing Act, Chapter 149 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151, and the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Laws of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, in light of the hour and after consultation, I move that the National Assembly Powers, Privileges and Immunities Bill 2025 the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Number 2 Bill 2025, and the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 remain in the Senate, and I will move the second reading at an adjourned date.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 119:01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior Justices of the Peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, with your permission, can we take the next bill together with this bill?
You may proceed.
Obliged. I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior Justices of the Peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, colleague senators, these two pieces of legislation come against the background of, unfortunately, an increase in domestic violence cases being reported and having to be dealt with various authorities in the country. The intention behind this legislation is to cure a problem, which is that at current, interim protective orders can only be issued by a magistrate, which means when a magistrate court is actually sitting. Unfortunately, a number of these or many of these incidents take place when in the night or on the weekend or on public and bank holidays, when magistrate courts are not in session, and therefore the remedy of an interim protective order is not available to members of the public who are victims of domestic violence. The proposal to cure this difficulty is to amend the two pieces of legislation to provide that senior Justices of the Peace would have the power to issue the interim protective orders for a maximum of 72 hours. In other words, until the magistrate court becomes available again. The senior Justices of the Peace will be trained and designated and empowered in order to receive complaints and to issue protective orders in accordance with the law where the circumstances merit the issuance of such protective orders. They will be obliged, as they are already required to do in relation to other functions that they perform, to keep appropriate records of the issuance of these orders. Madam President, members of the Senate, we are proceeding with the bills today because our understanding is it's urgent, it's needed. We are moving towards a holiday when many courts will not be available, and it's necessary to empower people. Hopefully some people will be trained by then. I'm not sure of the timing of the training, but in any event, we want to move as quickly as we can with these two bills.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. We stand in support of this bill, both bills actually, Madam President, and we have a few concerns, but I'll ask my colleague Senator Pitts to take on those concerns when she rises, but we generally give our support to both of these bills.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Madam President. We rise in support of the amendments proposed. Earlier, Madam President, I was looking at news from last night, and there's again more evidence of, as was called out in the introduction of these amendments, somehow this manifestation that some people have the right to hit some people. The video shows a chokehold in this instance, shows other men coming into the situation to try to alleviate it, and still a resistance as if though there is an entitlement. I bring that up, Madam President, because I want to underscore that these amendments deserve full support, but we also need to open the door to make sure that we continue to look for further ways of enhancing, strengthening, and confirming to anybody still in doubt that gender-based violence, domestic abuse, anything related thereto or incidental thereto is unacceptable, Madam President, and it's necessary. These legislative reforms give the structural context, the framework, but it also speaks that culturally we have a lot of work to do, and I think as parliamentarians it is important for us, and I give a nod to the House for physically depicting a stance against it, and calling that it is up to all of us, men and women, to make sure that we set the example, set the tone, send the message that gender-based violence has no place in our society, no place in a modern civilized society. And I frame that way, Madam President, because the United Nations has now classified gender-based violence as torture, to be subjected daily to any type of abuse, mental, physical, online now. It's really telling, and the national statistics support that it's not only increasing in number, it's also increasing in the type of violence. The children are now being victims, deadly show of violence. So I fully support this, and I asked all parliamentarians to support beyond the legislative reform in helping to alleviate the cultural acceptance. It is jarring to look at the data, Madam President, from initiatives like the Spotlight Initiative and UN agencies that show that there is still a significant population, even particularly around rural populations, that believe a man is entitled to treat his family however he thinks they should be treated physically. So we have a lot of work to do, Madam President, but this is an important step. As was called out, the data shows that these instances are happening at the weekend, at night. So the overlap of even our alcohol consumption, Madam President, I know that's tricky, because the first thing we'll say is that, oh, many people are employed by all of these companies, but we really, really need to take a hard look at our society in terms of how much alcohol we're consuming and the resulting behavior that typically stems from it. Not just road traffic accidents, not just health related specifically to the person doing the consumption, but the attendant and crossover related behavior such as gender-based violence at night and at the weekends, and even at these festive and what should be blessed times of the year, Madam President. So I sigh because as I said, even last night there was yet another incident, and I know we go into the holiday season and we're likely to see more. So I'm already cringing at the reports that will come in, but this is important, and I just call out that if we can, as parliamentarians individually, as Women's Parliamentarian Caucus, or any parliamentarian, that we can certainly bring to bear to our force our collective unity in identifying how else we can play our role as parliamentarians, but certainly setting the tone is a critical milestone as well. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Very briefly and very quickly, Madam President, as I read through the both piece of legislation, just one concern, Leader of Government Business, is the 72-hour period, because I believe there are holidays that run a little longer than 72 hours. For example, Easter vacations, if it happens on a Holy Thursday, what is the solution then? So I'd like for us to reconsider that. Yeah, thanks.
Recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Leader of Government, this is in jest. Is that one of those things he should have spoken to you with beforehand? In any event, I rise to support the bill. Just a few observations for both bills, and I will do them in turn. Domestic violence first, and then the justice of the peace. the section 3 that proposes a new section 11A. When you look at 11A3, at the very bottom of 11A3, it directs the reader to the ambit for which the protection order applies, which is section 5(1)A of the Substantive Act. And section 5(1)A includes Roman 1 through to 7. I recommend Leader of Government Business to ask the drafts people to include not only 5(1)A, but 5(1)B, which says, direct that the order be applied for the benefit of and extended to a parent, child, dependent, other member of the household residence, or de facto spouse. Because those persons are included under who can be victims of domestic violence. And so when you are looking at issuing an order taking into consideration 5(1)A, how it is written, it excludes those other persons, and I think properly speaking, any protection order ought extend to 5(1)B. Case in point, the unfortunate circumstance we experienced earlier, where it was not only the mother that was subject to femicide, but also the children. And so where we are allowing these protection orders to be issued by a select senior justice of the peace, it ought extend itself not only to the applicant, who may be the mother or the father, you know. These men, they're saying they're being abused too. It ought expect to children, de facto spouses, dependents, and parents. And it's already envisaged in the Parent Act at section 5(1)B. So that might have been an oversight, unfortunate. I commend to you for consideration strenuously that it be included as those things that the select senior of the justice of the peace can make order for. In that same 11A, looking at 11A subsection 4 sub A, in determining whether or not to impose one or more of the prohibitions or directions under 5(1)A, I say 5(1)A and B, in an interim protection order made under this section, the select senior justice of the peace shall, without limitation, have regard to the following: A, the nature, history, or pattern of the domestic violence that has occurred, and whether any previous order or interim order has been issued. There I take issue with, though not, as strenuously as the one before, but the use of the conjunctive word "and." I'm recommending that A is split in two, and we leave nature, history, or pattern of the domestic violence that has occurred on its own, and then whether any previous order or interim order has been issued on its own. Because you don't want to have the conjunctive word there and untrained, legally untrained senior select justice of the peace take it to mean that there has to be the presence of both those things in order to move them one way or the other. In B, it reads, the need to protect the applicant and any other person for whose benefit. And where that says "and any other person," that lends credence to my strenuous suggestion that 5(1)B should be there at 11A3, because we're having 11 11A4B, making reference to other person when the earlier provision does not even extend to other persons. In any event, B says the need to protect the applicant and any other person for whose benefit an order has been issued from further domestic violence. I think we need to make a distinction between orders that has been issued in the past and now orders that can be issued, because it would read to suggest that you take into consideration circumstances only where there have been pre-existing orders in the situation. And I think that is a mishandling of trying to achieve the best objective in the circumstances. So for B, we can separate it again to look at protecting the applicant or any other person for whose benefit has been issued, or protecting the applicant and any other person for whose benefit the order will apply. In the protection order itself, the accompanying Form 3B, and this is a small observation from practice on the ground. At the very end, page 7, it says the terms of this order, if the said so-and-so fails to comply with any of the terms of this order, you shall be liable to imprisonment and or a fine pursuant to section 23 of the Act. My recommendation is two alternatives. Much like we do in the High Court for injunctions, you put the penal notice at top in block bold capitals, or if we keep it the same way, specify how long the imprisonment and specify how much the act, because that lends itself to the respondent understanding exactly what he or she faces should they breach the order. And I think that that is important in these circumstances, and it ought be an obligation on the Senior Select Justice of the Peace to say just that to the respondent, and it should be included in the Justice of the Peace Amendment Bill. In terms of the Justice of the Peace Amendment Bill, considering that we're proceeding our season of merriment, where drink and sometimes drug will be in large consumption, I would really like to know what is the length of the training that they should undergo, and what. And then if it is 5 years, are we really doing this? Well, we took 5 years, but that is important. And if you notice, there is a Schedule 9, that goes along with the provision that identifies it is the police department that ought to provide a designated space for the Senior Select Justice of the Peace to give such an order or to entertain such an order. And perhaps it is the solution they can find, readily available without needing much money to put into making this a reality. But when you think about districts like Toledo, where the villages are so far in between each other, are we really asking someone to leave from however far they are and go and find the main police station? Because that, I find, is a recipe to have somebody just grin and bear and try to make it through a weekend. I don't find that that solution serves the purpose in specific localities. I also want to learn, we are identifying Senior Select JPs but are we doing anything to ensure that there will be a senior select JP in every locality, and especially in the areas where we already know weekend come the men drink from Friday until Sunday? So I think there should be some treatment in the background to ensure that when we're providing a solution, there is also the mechanism to make the solution come to fruition. Because I don't see that an abused victim from Arenal could get him or herself to San Ignacio Police Station where threat of death, danger, or harm is imminent. And the terms of the consideration is that the Senior Select Justice of the Peace will have some appreciation of the imminence of those things. And I think it takes some more than just saying we're going to find some senior JPs to do this thing. I note in section 3, the proposed amendment at 4A 6 that says a select senior justice of the peace may be remunerated in the maximum amount of $100. Who is paying that $100? I think the act should be clear on who is paying it. And if it is that the applicant is being burdened with this, then I'm saying that we're not providing a solution. Because as it is, some applicants are burdened with having to pay $4 for the paper from court, and then $50 from some of the police officers who would do it for so cheap to serve the summons. So that issue of the Senior Select Justice of the Peace being afforded the maximum of $100, I understand why they want to do that, but I think it needs to be clear who will pay that. And my suggestion is that it could be anyone except the applicant. It should be the government, the judiciary. The point that Senator Montejo raised is real for two reasons. What we have not done, myself being a part of some meetings that we had in trying to address this issue, one of the problems why a quick solution like this is workable is because some magistrates' court hear these kinds of matters on certain days only. We have not heard, at least I have not heard, from the judiciary. And I think it would help us to know that they are partnering it with us to do away with a judicial officer's prerogative to hear these kinds of matters, family matters, on a particular day. So coming off a weekend, your 72 hours can expire if it falls on a day when the judge not hear their matters. Pardon me? Every day, because they have a dedicated court for that. But other districts don't. Only Belize City and PG have a dedicated family court that can hear these matters every day. All other districts, no. The judges tell you, we only hear that on Thursday or Tuesday. Much less if you want an adjournment, oh my goodness. So I think there is some kind of coming together with the other stakeholders and us having it in writing that will stop, so that you hear these matters on whatever days, and then we direct our minds to hearing matters where we have longer holiday periods, as Senator Montejo brought to light. in terms of some of the difficulties in this field that was discussed, which I don't see there is any treatment to, is the cost occasion to approach the court and get this done and on its way. I said sometimes the $2 or the $4 is oppressive and onerous on an applicant to pay to start this process. And if you think that is bad, after you go and you make your application and there is now the summons, it is the burden of the applicant to ensure that the summons is served on the other party. And ordinarily how that works is you have to go find a police officer to serve it for you. They charge. What are we doing or plan to do about that situation where persons are struggling with that $2 or that $4, but we still have officers who will charge to serve the summons? And let me tell you, Madam President, they will tell you they cannot find the person for as long as they need to tell you until you get the message that where you find money, they will be sufficiently provoked to find the person. So it's not only about, and it's true, you know it's true. It's not, it's not only about amending the act to make provision for what we can do in the interim. It is doing it in such a way that the burden that applicants face in order to access the court is removed. And so the feature of paying to take out the summons, the feature of paying to serve the summons that needs to be addressed, the feature of court sitting on whichever day they decide to hear these matters need to be addressed. And we have seen where you can approach a judge because the court is the judge. And there is a certain extent to which you can go to get matters done and heard. In cases like, in districts like Toledo, in districts like, is it Corozal? Yes, Corozal, because there are areas that are so far from where a police station is. We have to direct our minds to providing a mechanism where a select senior justice of the peace can act outside a police station, that they don't need to go to a police station, but there must be some way to bridge the gap. And if it is, we can properly appreciate that the court is the judge and we're affording a justice of the peace shared jurisdiction, even if for only 72 hours like that of a judge, you have to go a bit further to sharing that that senior select justice of the peace is also the judge wherever he or she is, because what we would not want to cause to happen is go through the trouble of doing all of this and then still there will be instances, situations, and areas where this will not be felt. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana.
Good afternoon, good evening, Madam President. I rise in full support of the bill, the amendment. One thing that struck me coming from the Toledo district is that, for example, the region where we live, there is only one police station, and it is situated in Barranco Village. However, all, if not most, Mayan communities have alcaldes. Alcaldes have administrative powers, and they also have judicial powers to some extent. Sorry. So I'm not sure if that would work, using the alcaldes, if there are no senior justices of the peace. So just a question or something that can be considered if there are senior justice of the peace that are far away from these Mayan communities. And for sure, I know as it relates to senior justices of the peace, they are more connected to the communities, and they are well positioned in understanding and even addressing issues of domestic violence, etc. So that's just a quick thing that I wanted to point out. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Madam President. Madam President, it's very difficult to stand up here but I think we just have to get a bit of context. The power that is now being given to justices of the, is now being proposed to be given to the justices of the peace is in fact a judicial function. It is a situation where the justices of the peace will be asked to be a court, to sit as a officer who will decide upon the rights of individuals. And in this particular case, ex parte, that's a fancy word, which just means that it's only going to be concerned with one person's side of the story. And I find that in every story, there's always three sides, Madam President. Your side, my side, and the truth, right? And so I think it's important that it doesn't get lost on us that where we intend to have people act as judicial officers and have great respect for the justices of the peace, understand they were consulted in this one, that we have to make sure that it's not a Lee Simidimi training, right? Because I myself am afraid to have to sit on a hearing like this. Family court magistrates are a very specialized breed of legal officers who deal with and understand that system better than most people. And I don't know that it's going to be not a steep learning curve for anybody to try to exercise the powers that now is only exercisable by family court magistrates. Well, magistrates sitting in their family court capacity. Because my learned friend, my colleague, Senator, is right that some magistrates only sit one day a week as a family court. And it is only on that particular day that they will be exercising that function. So I want to propose a few things. Not instead of this, but in addition to. The power that is being given to them, to justices of the peace, needs to be exercised by a magistrate. Someone with legal training, someone with specialized knowledge of domestic violence situations in that particular jurisdiction or the country. And I want to suggest that we either find a sitting family court magistrate or we train a sitting family court magistrate, or we pay them a little extra to be on call 24/7 if they have to rotate it, whatever it is they have to do, so that the powers that already exist in Section 11 of the Domestic Violence Act can be exercised and accessed by citizens at all times. I think that is a solution that will help the system move along faster, whether in addition to this or in substitution to it. But the point is this: both Senator Montejo and Senator Pitts are correct. The interim order is only for 3 days. It will expire. It will likely expire before it is served. No, like real, like I'm not joking. The interim order that can be issued here is only for 3 days. I am telling you, the realities are that these orders, even when issued by the court, are not being served in 3 days. So the person against whom the order is being made will not have noticed that the order is made against them until they are served. And I'm not sure that it will serve the deterrent purpose that I think we need it to serve. So I didn't ask the family court. I hope the government did. But there needs to be a discussion with the family court on how they can make the court available more often, and especially on weekends and so, to people who really need it. And in this age of technology where you have Zoom and you have these things, I think could be issued by a little Zoom call. You sit in the office, you give a hearing, when you're at the police station making your report, the domestic violence office, wherever it is, you know the roster, who's on call, you call the magistrate, you get the order and you execute it. That's important because we're creating dual systems now, and I'm telling the magistrates themselves are having difficulties in ensuring that the orders that they're given are being served to time. And the reason they have the 21-day interim order is because it allows the magistrates some breathing space in order to offer protection now, but to bring the next party before the court so that the full hearing can take place. And that is when the magistrate is then empowered to extend the protections if necessary. Now, I have seen some terrible instances in the court where people are still battered and bruised after the 21 days are finished, right? But nobody is going to dispute that we need to get people to be able to get the protection orders. Attached to that, Madam President, is, I think, I need to ensure that these people are afforded counsel. Whether it is in the form of a social worker who is equipped with the knowledge to marshal the evidence that's needed before the family court, the senior justice of the peace, or whoever it is as the case may be, or an attorney who will help them to prepare these documents. And I genuinely think free of cost. At no cost to the individual who's making it, because we talk about cost of living and so, but financial abuse is real. And how do you tell a woman whose abuse is financial to find $54 to protect yourself from being beaten? These should be safeguards that we as a country have for the most vulnerable in our society. Because $54 to Hector Guerra not really mean nothing. That like coffee, right, Hector? Coffee and a cheesecake. Depends on where you get it, Hector. But $54 to women who are approaching the family court for a protection order is a tidy sum, and that's assuming they can walk to the court, because if you add the cost of bus fare and that sort of thing, it adds up really quickly. And for the sake of not being able to find $150, we lose women, sometimes the entire family, in case of domestic violence. So there really needs to, I applaud Minister Garcia for taking a holistic approach to it, but I want to recommend that we also look at these other systems, because the 3 days isn't it going to be enough. I don't find so. It's a good measure. I think the proper answer is to get it before the magistrate as soon as possible in the instance where they need it, and get it for the full 21 days, because the court will then be able to schedule a hearing in very short order to ventilate the full matter, and give the court is then empowered to give all the orders that would be necessary. But like I said, it's hard not to support this Leader for Government business. So I just make those recommendations, and thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, again, we find ourselves in a bit of a quandary. It is my understanding that the Ministry of Human Development and others wish, the Attorney General's chambers wish this to move forward with dispatch. However, colleague senators have raised what appear to be reasonable and necessary amendments in order for the bills to be effective. I had looked at a couple of the amendments proposed by Senator Pitts, and some of them I believe can be done in committee and can use the clerk's power to correct and to make slight edits. But there are other proposals, the 72 hours situation, whether or not we will use alcaldes, whether or not we will use magistrates, the location of where these things will be heard, availability of police stations, etc., are all fundamental issues which cannot be fixed by the clerk. And so we have a choice. We either pass with minor edits, or the matters remain in committee, the bill is amended and sent back to the House of Representatives for its consideration. Madam President, I will ask that the question be put, and if the discussion in committee means that it remains there, it remains there. But we can have a full discussion on the bill in committee. But I ask that the bill be put. The question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 1901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motion and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motion referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. Honorable members, I now call to order the Constitution and
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for a Foundations Bible study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even pose questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
like I tell everybody. So when me face God, you know something. When I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ our Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture,
And
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need to make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
You're about to get better, much, much better as a leader. We believe that you're not here by accident. We believe that every one of us will have the opportunity to walk out of here being a better leader than when we walked in.
Whether you're young or old or whatever it is, excellence requires you to say, today is a new day that I could be better than I was yesterday.
How do we take a different approach? And when will we do it in a way to keep learning and growing with others?
Now, let me just say this about your legacy. People will describe your life in one sentence, so pick it now.
GLS has not only transformed our team, but has also transformed how we care for our patients.
If you are a business leader and a CEO, you absolutely need to bring your entire team to GLS because it's actionable strategy. GLS is life-changing.
Inspiring.
Inspiracional.
Empowering.
Transformative. Before you lead a people, you must seek to understand the people. Leadership isn't about being impressive, it's about being invested.
Every single person you lead knows they're capable of something more. What if it wasn't about finding more people, it was about helping people be more?
If you consistently focus on the right inputs, the right outcomes will eventually follow.
Leaders rise up in this hour and we see a better future and we compel people to come with us. That's what we do.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded upon solid rock, and so should your faith. Join Pastor Louis Wade Jr. weekly for Foundations Bible Study, where he goes deep into the Word of God with biblical teachings for better understanding.
A person might have potential inside of them, a desire to fulfill something, but the word of the Lord can bring that out of a person. Amen? So in the case of Gideon, though he felt that he could not do it, God had designated for him to do it. And so when God spoke the word through the angel, Gideon became who God knew he was all along.
Tune in on Plus TV Sundays for a new program or catch the repeats. We would love to hear from you. Write in and share your thoughts, prayer requests, or even post questions you may have regarding the Bible passages. Foundations. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain.
So when we praise God, you know something. When I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate approves the amendment to the standing orders proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed hereto, and the standing orders of the Senate shall be and hereby amended accordingly. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered a resolution to adopt the parliamentary logo for the National Assembly of Belize Motion 2025 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate adopts the logo next to this motion to be designated as the official parliamentary logo of the National Assembly of Belize. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is and be it further resolved that the Clerk of the National Assembly shall be responsible for the management, safeguarding, and authorized use of the parliamentary logo. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of bills.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025, the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025, and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025, and passed them without amendment. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Computer Wagering License Act, Chapter 149 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time with amendments. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Gaming and Lodges Control Bill 2025, the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025, and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn. But before that, Madam President, allow me on behalf of Senators, the government bench, to thank yourself and members of the staff of the National Assembly for the support that they have given to the Senate for this parliamentary session. The session goes into recess tomorrow. They have gone beyond the call of duty, and in fact, they have served us well. In addition, Madam President, I'd like to thank all colleagues. We have had an extraordinary amount of meetings and committee meetings, and most of us have attended as best we can in service to our country and parties and other stakeholders. Madam President, we are in the Yuletide season, and I would like to wish yourself, your family, the members of the Senate, all senators on all sides, and the staff of the National Assembly truly blessed and safe Christmas and New Year. It's a time for sharing with family and friends, and for pause and reflection on what our country and our people are going through, and to bring hope for a better tomorrow in 2026. So for myself and my family, and those of us on the government bench, I wish everyone a blessed and safe Yuletide season and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Madam President.
Sorry, Madam President, I thought you were giving members an opportunity to wish Yuletide first.
Well, you do wish, you had asked to speak on the adjournment,
Yes.
or we can proceed with the Yuletide and then you speak. Or no, I think you should speak and we end with the Yuletides.
Thank you, Madam President. Apologies for the confusion.
Senator Chanola.
Thank you. Well, colleagues, let me begin as well by wishing you and your loved ones, as colleagues, as co-workers with the staff, behind the scenes, but you are seen looking right at Ms. Eudice as representative. But please accept my best wishes for a blessed and happy time with your family, and may you find the joy that the season promises through our Savior. But colleagues, I would like to raise with you while we celebrate, because I know, as was referenced in to other legislation, there will be lots of imbibing happening And whether that's rompopo or beer or just water, it will include water. And I wanted to speak to amplify the need for a multi-agency management authority for the Chiquibull ecosystem. And as you will see, it has a lot to do with water. I've had the privilege to witness some of the wonders of the Chiquibull with my own eyes. And I say that having seen some of it, I reiterate that all Belizeans deserve an opportunity to experience the awe of these natural features and the incredible wealth of the biodiversity of these ecosystems. And I give credit immediately to the media for more than one occasion of going into this ecosystem and to try to bring that reality of the special place into everybody's homes, everybody's living rooms. Because these invaluable contributions deserve to be in the headlines because of their contributions to everyone's life. Getting there is arduous, Madam President. It's something you can't describe easily. It's a sense of isolation that you have to feel to believe. But as disconnected as you feel there, and there is a freedom in that, it also hits home and gets into all the fields, as the young people says, because of the significance of this place to our lives, and we don't even know it, most of us, until we find out about it. Significant because this Chiquibull is the source of the Belize River watershed, meaning all the water that we use and drink here in Belmopan, in Belize City, and in dozens of rural communities along the river, directly and daily depend on the protection and conservation efforts of the Chiquibull. And as I said, that includes the water for soft drink, beer, everything. There's a lot we can live without, Madam President, but water is not one of them. So the protection, regulation, and overall governance of this protected area is tantamount to national security. And it is why we ask all members to support national efforts to create a multi-agency management authority for the Chiquibull. It is a false narrative that governance must be binary. Only this one, only that one, only NGOs, only private companies. We reject that entirely. As a nation, we must resolve to ensure that any shifts in our governance and regulations of areas such as the Chiquibull must be grounded in clarity, must ensure accountability and transparency, and must serve the best interests of the ecosystems because that's in the nation's best interests. To frame this position, Madam President and members, I'll beg your indulgence in letting me take you on a little journey. A journey in the day of the life of a ranger of the Friends for Conservation and Development, alongside the Belize Defense Force members to protect the Chiquibull. And if there was ever a dynamic duo, these two forces, one of nature and one of military dedication, is truly a valued and respected partnership. It's June, and there's a roar of a tractor's engine, an old tractor, mind you, so you know that loud. And then there's a scene, more than 22 men moving to and fro, loading up heavy bundles and all sorts and shapes of items into a trailer. Most of the load is food, and it's everything they'll need for the next 17 days. And then at the word, the men are scampering to get onto the tractor, which they've nicknamed Jumping Viper, and into the trailer. There's lots of deep breaths, but there's quiet resolve. Deep breaths because this is going to be the start of a very long, very bumpy 7-hour ride. And the hard truth is, there's no soft place on that John Deere tractor to get a comfortable position or seat. Their destination is Ceibo Chico, and the track is going to be extremely muddy. It's inhospitable terrain, and it's located 30 miles away at the foothills of the Chiquibull Maya Mountains. These are the areas that bring the term rainforest to life. And it's wet because this is where the Belize River starts. But today the men aren't worried about getting wet. They have two goals in mind. One is to detain Guatemalan gold panners from operating illegally in this vast wilderness, because recent studies and maps have shown that Guatemalans have disrupted over 200 acres of the riverbank as they look for gold nuggets. Another team will head to the Rio Blanco and will be cutting cattle fences. Cattle owned by a Guatemalan family is situated and operating inside Belize's adjacency zone. The rangers and soldiers are the first to witness the immediate impacts of this activity. The murky water rolling down the mountains. The water should be clear, it shouldn't be contaminated. There shouldn't be any cattle here. And the men can only look on knowing that eventually this contaminated water will arrive to the villages, towns, and soon Belize City, all downstream. And this, Madam President, is only one snapshot, one day of what protecting the Chiquibull looks like. Because the Chiquibull is a vast landscape comprised of 3 national protected areas. The Chiquibull National Park, Belize's largest protected area with over 285,000 acres located in the Cayo district. It's been co-managed by the Friends for Conservation and Development, FCD, since 2007. The Chiquibull Forest Reserve with over 145,000 acres, and the Caracol Archaeological Reserve of over 25,000 acres administered by the Institute of Archaeology. This landscape covers 400,000 acres, or approximately 7.7% of Belize's land surface, and forms part of the largest contiguous forest north of the Amazon. It gives you an idea of what we're talking about in terms of size. So this multi-layered protected landscape must matter to all of us, to all Belizeans, because beyond the water, the Chiquibull is also crucial for biodiversity in Belize, housing rare species such as jaguars and scarlet macaws. Geological features, it boasts the longest cave system in Belize and all of Central America. It's home to ancient Maya city of Caracol that once defeated nearby Tikal. It has the deepest sinkhole in the country, the highest mountain, and some of the most dense wilderness in Belize. Friends for Conservation and Development, FCD, has been supporting conservation in the Chiquibull since 1999. The support was formalized in 2007 when FCD officially entered a co-management agreement with the government of Belize for the Chiquibull National Park. Due to the location of the park and recognizing the shared ecosystem with our neighbor, Guatemala, FCD works closely with its counterparts there. And this is the type of binational cooperation and environmental education and outreach that's critical to containing and reducing the cross-border human footprint, protecting and conserving the integrity of the watershed, supporting the reservoir for biodiversity, drinking water, hydropower, agriculture, recreation opportunities, and so many other goods and services to over 40% of Belize's population. That's almost 1 out of every 2 Belizeans having a direct benefit from the work that's being done in the area. It's another number for you, Pastor. So these 3 protected areas of Chiquibull are interconnected. The Chiquibull Forest Reserve is largely surrounded by the National Park, and the Caracol Archaeological Reserve is adjacent to the Chiquibull National Park. FCD has operated in the Chiquibull for almost 2 decades under formal agreements with the Forest Department and the Institute of Archaeology, and often at the request of the government of Belize. When the areas became unsafe, filled with chateros and poachers and gold panners and cave looters and illegal hunters and loggers, FCD was the front responder, the first line responder. And through the joint efforts of those key agencies, particularly the Belize Defense Force and FCD, the area became safer. Safe enough that today, Belizeans can operate there, invest there, and make a livelihood from legal activities such as timber harvesting and extracting gold. As a result of the work of multiple entities in the Chiquibull, cooperation and coordination with the Ministry responsible for Sustainable Development and Forestry, the Ministry responsible for Foreign Affairs, Culture and Education, and the Ministry responsible for National Defense and Security, shows that all of those people need to be talking. It's a necessity. There's also need for cooperation and coordination with the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of Immigration due to the illegal border crossings and encroachment. But Madam President, this wider Chiquibull landscape has been under intensive and constant pressures for many decades. It is notable that because of the robust and consistent intervention of FCD, just their presence but supported by these various MOUs and letters of engagement and collaboration with the respective government agencies over the last 18 years of management, there are results. There has been progress. This progress was even called out recently at the 26th Annual General Meeting when they reported that alongside working with these entities, the forest canopy along the western border has started to recover and wildlife species have begun to return. There was a time, Madam President, when you flew over and you knew exactly where the border is because that's where the clearing started overhead. And as this forest cover has recovered and the species have returned, there is a sense of security and stability returning to the Chickie-Bull. From 2015 to 2021, data analysis showed a decrease in forest areas being cleared. The rate of clearing remained stable from 2021 to 2023, showed a slight increase in 2024 to this year. The cumulative forest cleared for 2024 in the Chickie-Bull National Park and Caracol amounted to approximately 4,848.76 acres, representing a 52% reduction from 2015. The white-lipped peccary that was rapidly becoming locally extinct in the Chickie-Bull now appears to be regaining its natural territory. They've documented a herd of more than 80 individuals, and they're seeing them frequently. The activities of these architects of the forest are responsible for forest regeneration and health that are necessary to protect the Belize River headwaters. Chattel leaves, once being removed from the landscape by thousands and thousands, by hundreds of Guatemalans, are now flourishing, and illegal logging in areas like the National Park and Caracol has been abated. All that to say, the cultural heritage being discovered and documented by FCD in the Chickie-Bull caverns and surrounding landscape has highlighted the extent and sophistication of the Maya in the Chickie-Bull, and their presence are recovering what are natural national assets. And if the Chickie-Bull had a poster creature, Madam President, it might likely be the scarlet macaw. The scarlet macaw is known to occur in Belize with only 250 individual parrots before FCD's efforts. It's now showing a promising and healthy recovery with over 350 individual parrots. FCD has documented in the 2025 scarlet macaw nesting season a very successful program with 21 nests and having 40 chicks fledgling and contributing continually to the scarlet macaw wild population. FCD has been doing this scarlet macaw work for years, primarily in the Chickie-Bull Forest Reserve, with scientific permits granted by the government of Belize. It is a clear example of the investment that a non-governmental organization has made in science, protection, and community activities that are bearing results for the public good and for not-profit, adding value to the efforts of regulatory agencies and for-profit businesses working together for our country's sustainable development. Chickie-Bull does not have, or has its share of danger still. Now we're seeing the rise of cattle ranching activities. It is restricted currently to the adjacency zone, but it continues to expand north and south. There are almost 2,000 acres occupied by Guatemalans with active cattle pasture lands in the Caracol and Chickie-Bull National Park. Illegal gold panning activity continues, small in size, but persistently, and primarily being led by Guatemalans. Poaching for macaws and other wildlife, either for subsistence or commercial purposes, continues to threaten emblematic species. Alarmingly, there has even been the discovery of an active cocaine laboratory within the 4 kilometers inside Belize in the Chickie-Bull, and it raises new concerns of the narco production or the presence of narco production in Belize's protected areas. It is within this context that it becomes imperative for FCD as a not-for-profit, non-governmental organization to continue its work with the necessary governmental support. FCD's efforts provide a robust monitoring presence and a credible deterrence in areas that are distant, rugged, and more dangerous as the time passes. Madam President, there is a growing and concerning narrative that suggests that certain protected areas belong to particular organizations. This one is for the NGO, that one is for a private company, that one is for the cultural institution. We don't think that narrative is correct. And lament to say that the situation playing out in the Chicky Bowl is not unique. It's also playing out in other protected areas. We're finding out that certain protected area managers are finding out about logging concessions from the concessionaires, not even from their government partners. We're seeing the deterioration of biodiversity loss and land degradation in places that had rebounded with the presence of NGOs doing the work of management through the co-management agreements when these long-term licenses are given. And we're seeing confrontations begin when it comes to enforcement and research and monitoring in the reserve. And it's putting these organizations into the position where day-to-day activities like patrols and research and monitoring are being affected. But just as notably, there has been little to no intervention from the Ministry of Sustainable Development or any of the other regulatory agencies in terms of overall management. These areas belong to the people of Belize. These are public lands, national assets. These organizations operate in them under the authority of the government of Belize and are in the service of the public interests. Organizations like FCD have been operating in the Chicky Bowl from the time when it was unsafe, when it was teeming with Guatemalan encroachers. FCD's collaboration with the government, particularly through the Forest Department and BDF, has been pivotal in making the area safe. FCD's contribution to the protection efforts of the Chicky Bowl through the implementation of PAC funds has been significant, but in total over the last 18 years, FCD has invested over $15 million through various non-governmental grants. This begs the question, if FCD was not present all those years in this remote location doing this work in protection and conservation, what would the landscape be like today? Conservation organizations like FCD are not obstacles to development. Quite the contrary. They are part of the foundation that has made lawful access, safety, and opportunity possible in the first place. Today, FCD is facing a new set of challenges, and these hit at the very center of its operations. FCD's personnel are being barred from reaching their locations of work, and the organization's activities are being restricted. There have been serious delays in getting the usual permits for FCD to do its work, and going into 2026, this impacts the conservation effort on the ground for scarlet macaws and other key monitoring species programs. There have also been instances of losing necessary donor funding because FCD had to await the necessary support letters from the respective government agencies. Beyond this, with the onset of a paved road reaching as far as Caracol and the development of a new economic node in the area, a safe and secure environment will be necessary to provide the confidence for visitation and investment. Therefore, we believe it is timely that a multi-stakeholder governance body for the Chicky Bowl be established and that a sustainable development plan for the Chicky Bowl Mountain Pine Ridge Caracol complex is approved so that all the institutions, government, non-governmental, private sector, everyone can be involved and be better aligned in the overall objective of the conservation of the Chicky Bowl ecosystem for all Belizeans. The Chicky Bowl is a vital part of Belize's territory and one we collectively need to protect and cherish. We therefore ask for the government's and everybody's support for FCD, a 26-year-old non-profit, non-governmental organization with a proven track record for protecting this vital ecosystem and the buffer areas for present and future generations of Belizeans, and the call for a multi-agency management authority to properly oversee the management of the area with the necessary government, non-governmental, and private sector representatives. The role in the FCD in the Chicky Bowl complex is necessary. Pressures and threats are taking new forms. And when that happens, Madam President, it will not be a loss for one organization. It will be a catastrophic loss for all Belizeans. I commend this to the Senate. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, Madam President, we ask for clarification on the matter of speaking on the adjournment. I'm not sure under which standing order Senator Chanona made her intervention, but I'm told that our colleague Senator Gabriel sought to speak on the adjournment under 11.2, and it's being denied, even though he submitted his request to do so well in advance of the time. And I think he's saying that the response is that he's not able to speak because a minister who would respond or who would authorize a response would not have the opportunity to do so today. And I think that that is unacceptable. What is 12.2? Well, 12.2 to me speaks to a different thing. So maybe first, can you clarify, Madam President, on which of the standing orders Senator Chanono was allowed to intervene, and then can you shed some light on what happened with the request with Senator Zetina?
Sure, Senator Faber. Let me say that Senator Chanona's request came under Standing Order 12, 2 specifically, and under Standing Order 12.2, it says a senator who wishes to ask leave to move the adjournment of the Senate for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent public importance shall, before the commencement of the sitting, hand to the President a written notification of the matter which he wishes to discuss. The President shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied. I'm glad we're changing these he to he or she, but he is satisfied, A, that the matter is definite, that the matter is urgent, that the matter is of public importance, and that the matter may properly be raised on a motion for the adjournment of the Senate. And so Senator Chanona made such a request, and that request was granted. As it relates to the request of Senator Zetina, that request was made under Standing Order 11.2, which is a separate standing order which has its own criteria. If I can speak to the request, it asks that pursuant to Standing Order 11.2, leave to move on the adjournment, and it speaks of a definite matter of urgent public importance. And if you note that definite urgent matter of urgent public importance come under 12.2, not 11.2. But under 11.2, there are also some criteria. Today, when I looked at the requests, and I typically grant requests once they are in order. The request was sent Friday the 12th at 9 p.m. in the evening. If I can speak to 11.2, it says, upon any motion that the Senate do now adjourn, moved by a minister or a senator responsible for government business under the preceding paragraph, 6 standing order, and I will just excuse that part. Any matter for which the cabinet is responsible may be raised by any senator who has obtained the right to do so on that day, and the minister responsible for the matter raised, or in his absence, any other senator to whom such responsibility has been delegated by the minister shall reply. Thereafter, if time permits and it continues, another senator can continue. At subsection 3, it speaks to the senator who raised the matter. Under 2, at a particular sitting shall give notice of the matter in writing for transmission to the President not less than 2 days. And we interpret 2 days to be 2 business days before the sitting concerned, and the clerk shall also transmit a notice, copy of the notice to the appropriate minister and the senator responsible for government business, and subject to giving such notice, the right to raise matter shall be allotted for each sitting through the arrangements as the President may make. The reasoning for it then is that it was not done on the 12.2, it was done on the 11.2. It has to be done 2 days before. And once that request comes in, we will then convey it to the appropriate minister, who will then delegate to a senator the response. So I encourage Senator Zetina that we can look at this for the next sitting once it meets the timeline, And so then it can be transmitted to the appropriate minister, who will then respond through a delegated minister of the government, dedicated senator of the government side. Senator Farber?
Guided by your response, Madam President, however, I am told by Senator Cetina that the guidance for him to submit on the 11-2 was given by the clerk. That's what he's saying. And then if we are to look at 12-2, and if we're to, we're not trying to make any problems for the position of Senator Chanona on the Chicky Bull. That is a matter that I think is very important, and so please don't consider it to be any kind of affront to that. But my read of 12.2 suggests that once Madam President is satisfied, there has to be support from other members, at least 2 other members of the Senate, or the entire Senate, for the matter to be presented, and that certainly was not done just now. So we're trying to understand, this is much different from what happens in the House, but I'm trying to understand what is the proper process here. And do you get the same reading, Madam President, that 12.2, or it would be 12.3, if the President is so satisfied, and either leave of the Senate is given or it is not given, at least 2 senators by rising indicate that they support? Thank you.
I take but again, we have had similar situations in the previous parliamentary session, and the interpretation that I had received and which I complied with, once that the President is satisfied and it lists the areas by which it is satisfied, then the President can move to having the senator make their presentation. That can apply as well to any senator. In this particular case, be mindful that the request was made on the 11-2. If Senator Cetina had applied on the 12-2, then it would not have gone to the minister in particular, and for him or her to delegate that responsibility of response to another senator. Now, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the clerk, in my mind, advising of 11-2. However, be mindful that there is also a timeline which we have to meet, because under 11-2, which is different from 12-2, 11-2 requires it to go to a minister, so you also have to give that minister the time to respond. And so in this particular case, we had a timeline in which to meet. I saw the email this morning, actually, and I spoke to the clerk about it. So the advice is not wrong. It is just looking at it at a timeline. And as I've said, I do take the point of Senator Cetina wishing to bring up the matter of the Holchan. So I'm going to ask Senator Cetina that for us to look at this request. It will now meet the timeline. We will forward it to the minister, so at our next sitting, you'll be able to make that representation. And the designated minister will then be able to, the minister will be able to delegate that responsibility to a senator, either the leader of government business or another senator, for them to respond. Senator Farber, I wish for those Yuletide greetings now.
Almost, Madam President, guided by what you've said, but also Senator Cetina did not receive a response. In fact, he did not realize that he would not be allowed to speak until just now when Senator Chanona got up. I think the proper thing to have happened would have been for him to have been informed that he didn't meet the deadline, and then if he wanted to present it on the 12-2, he would have been able to. Understanding he would not have gotten a response from the minister, he could have at least brought the matter for it to be sensitized, since, sorry?
Yes, I understand that, but he could have, because I'm understanding from 11.2 that all that is necessary, 12.2, all that is necessary is for him to give in writing the notification or the request at the start of the day as opposed to the 2-day deadline, since a minister would not need to respond. So I think he could have gotten that opportunity to do so if he had been notified much earlier that he did not qualify to speak on 11.2.
I will say it's a learning process, and it does not in any way take away the right of Senator Zetina to speak on the matter, which we will be able to do at the next sitting, since that request has already come in. Father, Yuletide greetings.
Only to say before I do, Madam, that the next meeting is probably going to be in February at some point, and by that time, I think the matter may not be as timely as it is now, but we're guided by your decision. Madam President, I join with my colleague, the Leader of Government Business, first of all to congratulate the staff of the National Assembly and wish them a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I believe fully that the staff under the leadership of our clerk has been stellar. I think the level of professionalism and the level of service that and you know, I've been here in the Parliament for a long time, 23 years, so I can say without any flinching that it is stellar service, and it is probably the best that I have experienced. So I wish them in particular a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I join with my colleague as well, Madam President, to wish all members of the Senate, all members of the House of Representatives, all members of the Cabinet and the wider government and people, but in particularly you, Madam President, we wish you well as you celebrate the Yuletide and as you start a new year. While I congratulate the staff, I believe a lot of what I have learned over the few months that I have been here can be attributed to the level of professionalism and the willingness on the part of members in this chamber and yourself, the leadership of you as President, that is in no small part responsible for much of my quick induction to what goes on here at the Senate. And as I've said to you in private conversation, I'm beginning to like this. I think it is I think it is in some ways leaps and bounds above what goes on at the lower house. So with that, Madam President, I wish you and all members a Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous 2026. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Pastor Louis Wade.
Thank you very much. This is one of our high seasons in the church and in the calendar of the church, and what a wonderful time it is when the angels announced 2,000 years ago, peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Goodwill, and I have experienced just a few months in this chamber, and I must say that I appreciate the experience, the dialogue, the debates, etc. And I always feel accomplished when we leave this place, that we are doing things in the best interests of the people of Belize. And I look forward in the new year to continue working with all sides to make Belize a better place. Especially this morning, for example, the camaraderie and the goodwill that we saw when we were able to speak with the engineer and get a better understanding of how things run in that area. It blesses my heart. There is more for our nation, and as we work together peacefully and with goodwill, certainly we will build a nation that our children can enjoy. This
Senate goes on break, but it is the time when pastors, priests, and bishops work the hardest. So we don't go on. Actually, in our own denomination, there is a rule that says no one can take holiday during this time. So these are times when the clergy work the hardest. So I want to encourage them and thank clergy across the nation of Belize for the work that they do towards peace and goodwill. And then finally, I attended a workshop on alcohol, and the numbers are scary, just as the numbers for domestic violence are scary. And so alcohol is not a sin, but drunkenness is. Drunkenness is. And so we would ask the entire nation of Belize to please, in this period of time, let us preserve our own life and the life of those around us as we use the highways. Drink. Sorry, don't drink and drive. Yeah, I had to cancel that first line. It might not go down well. But to the staff here at the Madam President, to my colleagues, and to the nation of Belize, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Recognize Senator Gabriel Zatino.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to join my colleague, the lead senator of opposition, Honorable Patrick Farber, to wish the clerk and her entire staff a Merry Christmas. I just want you guys to know that I appreciate all the help that you guys have rendered to me, especially coming from San Pedro. It's no easy task, and also being new to this National Assembly, I have quickly learned to know the ins and outs. So thank you guys for that. Thank you, Madam President. And to my colleagues on the other aisle, I want to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And to the wider Belizean public, and most especially to the people of San Pedro and Keycaulker, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. I take this opportunity to wish the clerk and her staff as well Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I want to also wish my colleagues on both sides, as well as you, Madam President, for all the guidance you've provided during this session. You know, this is a merry time of the year, and so I wish everyone and their families a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me take the opportunity, too, to associate myself both with Honorable Senator Courtney and Honorable Patrick Farber in extending Yuletide wishes to yourself, your good self, and the staff of the National Assembly. I must also state for myself that I find the staff does exceptionally well. I note that they even work beyond 5 p.m. So this is my little plug for them, that they should be paid overtime. But yes, it definitely needs to be said to the staff of the National Assembly that we do see, feel, experience, and value your dedication to having us here, having us as prepared as we can be in the circumstances. And so I want to say thank you to them for that, and extend Yuletide greetings to all of them and their families. For those who are non-worshiping, enjoy the time off, and whatever meal may come your way. To my colleagues in this chamber, happy holidays to all of you and your family. Enjoy the merriment while remembering, for those practicing Christians, the reasons for the season. To the delegates of the United Democratic Party National Convention. I would like to take this opportunity to say to each and every one of them, happy holidays. You see, Madam President, during this time, whereas I would not go so far to say some of the very many things that practicing people do, I do take time to be grateful, and I am grateful for them who saw it fit to vote for me in the national to vote for me. So really and truly, I am grateful. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to my family, my base, my foundation for putting forward the human being that I am, who was worthy of attracting support in the way I did. I thank Honorable Tracy Tega Panton. I thank my campaign manager. I thank all my friends in the National Assembly who was a part of that journey with me, and I wish them and the wider UDP family a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's, and to Belize at large, I wish them a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I hope that there is some measure of reprieve in the new year, so that when we revert to our sittings, I am not here with the first cry of criticism when the hard licks they come. So for now, thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak to the nation and wishing them a very Merry Christmas. Let me correct. I was told that some persons were being directed to Honorable Panton and myself. They said, we got the money, UDP got the money, go to there for turkey and ham. No, it is those members of Parliament who receive their Christmas share. But thank you, Madam President. Happy holidays to all Belizeans.
Was there anyone else who wished to lead a government business you wanted to?
I was going to move that the Senate do now adjourn, Madam President.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. But before I ask for all those in favor, I just want to say thanks to each and every one of you for the best wishes for the Yuletide greetings, and to each and every one of you, your family, and to the staff of the National Assembly. Thank you so much for all the support. As the President of the Senate, there's a lot that we are getting done, and there's a lot more that we will get done in 2026. It's always a place for learn, to network, and to grow. So I thank you all. So to each and every one of you, happy holidays. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned at 4:25.